Hi, everybody, and welcome to the Ponte Vedra Inn and Club in Jacksonville, Florida for the 6th Elite Invitational. I'm Nick Gismondi alongside Steve Scott for Baby Grand Golf as we get set to bring you live coverage from the signature hole here at the Ponte Vedra Inn and Club. It's actually number 9, but for the purposes of this tournament, it will be playing as number 18. It's a par 3, playing at about 137 yards right now. I'm Nick Gismondi alongside Steve Scott. And Steve, what a pleasure to be at this incredible tournament.
Oh, yeah, no question about it. I mean, we've got Mason Carmel, the tournament director here, his wife Anna. They do so many great things, dialing in all the details for these players. They have their name on placards on the range. I mean, we don't see this very often, if ever, in amateur golf and collegiate golf like this. So really just all the touches, all the great things, so many great things for the veterans, too, we'll get into. Wonderful, wonderful event.
The tee gifts in and of themselves, you needed an extra bag, probably a suitcase to get it all home because of what this tournament has provided. And you mentioned it, what they do for the veterans. The proceeds of this tournament, the beneficiary is the VGA, the Veterans Golf Association. Mason Carmel does a wonderful job of making these players feel like $1 million, but also making the vets feel recognized as well.
Well, the players, they're playing in honor of one of the veterans. They have their name announced on the tee, and they're playing in honor of that person. Just so many wonderful things. The game of golf, it gives so much, and this event here at the Elite Invitational, it's a very giving event.
Yeah. 96 players in this field, including 33 of them female. Now, it is a blackout period for the men's college coaches. The women's college coaches can be here, and what a field it is.
Yeah, there's no question about it. I mean, of the 33 young ladies are out there, Asterisk Talley, she's got the most recognizable name out there, one of the top 5 in the whole country. And on the boys' side, you've got so many wonderful players as well as we watch them come through. We've got 20 Canadians I actually saw on the list throughout as well. So people coming down from Canada brought some of this cold weather, I think, with us too.
Yeah, well, I believe there's 5 Coloradans in the field as well, but it was technically warmer in Colorado yesterday than it was here in Ponte Vedra. The practice round went off yesterday. Temperatures were around the 40-degree mark with winds gusting at around 40. Much more hospitable today, feeling right around the 60-degree temperature and the winds nominal at around 10.
Yeah, the players they're definitely, they didn't learn probably a lot in the practice round yesterday, but definitely the weather's getting better. Although the wind is, it's going to be blowing 15, maybe gusting to 20 today from the northeast. They're going to have their hands full, especially on this hole we're going to be covering right here with a back right hole location and all of that.
Yeah, Steve, let's talk about this hole. We mentioned it is a par 3, playing as the 18th. Players went off both 1 and 10 today, so split tees. We'll be covering basically about the third group is just about to come through this hole right now. Is a little bit tricky. Mason will be putting the tournament director and founder of the Elite Invitational pins in. Diabolical, I think, is probably the word, spots, and it starts on day number 1 with a back right pin.
Yeah, it's only 12 feet from the right edge, as we'll see momentarily, just about 12 feet above a ridge as well. 137 yards. On paper, it looks like a simple pitching wedge, but it's going to be anything but that. The wind is going to be blocked from the tee as well. There's a home that guards the left side of the teeing ground up there that really blocks a lot of the wind, the force, and the velocity and the direction of the wind that they feel at the tee. So I think we're going to see some shots that aren't necessarily your most accurate pitching wedge shots, but we're going to see a couple in there close as well.
Yeah, the first 2 groups that have come through here have had difficulty finding the green, and if you're not really on this green in one, par's a tough score.
Yeah, it definitely can be. You got some rough, some bunkers, some low areas off to the side of the green as well. We'll see how these players navigate it. How aggressive do they play? This is only these groups' 9th hole coming through. It will be the 18th hole for many to finish their round. So we'll see how they decide to finish their 9s or 18s here today.
All right, stick with us. And, of course, on all of our socials throughout the entire tournament, 3 rounds with no cut. We'll have interviews, highlights, features, and much more coming up for you as we cover the 6th annual Elite Invitational from Ponte Vedra, Florida, here on Baby Grand Golf. We're going to step aside behind the camera and get you coverage of this hole. So don't go anywhere. We will be here all day long. All right, Steve. So, Case and Justice from Sylmar, Tennessee at 2027 has put it tight with a beautiful tee shot. And then just off to that far right side, that's Nicholas Brooks.
Yeah, Nicholas Brooks right now sitting at 1 over par. Right here, he's missed the green on this right side here with the gonna have a little bunker splash to the top right patio here on 18. Oh, and the southpaw's done a nice job right there. That's going to be in there about 4 feet for his par.
Nicholas Brooks, 2026 out of Colorado, committed to Butler University. A fantastic young man who's just had an unbelievable season. Couple of victories in the AJGA, played phenomenal in state, helped his team Lutheran High School to a state championship this year.
Now Darren Zoe will be next here. He's gone over the green. So we had one well short with Brooks. Zhao is well long of this whole location, and Justice had it just right. This is like the story of the three little bears right here. But Zhao, 15 years old, from Bradenton, Florida, attends the IMG Academy.
Well, clearly they weren't sharing club information off the tee.
No, I think that it really shows you when you have these cross winds like this, you have to shape your ball properly, and your trajectory has to be spot on, or else you're going to really misjudge the shot now. And the cold weather really plays into it too.
Look at this little nippy shot. Go in. Lovely job there by Zhao. Tricky chip. That wind was behind him, kept it nice and low, checked up, and not bad par options for Brooks and Zhao.
Yeah, Zhao was even par through the first 8 holes. That's a pretty good start, sure. I think, out here. I mean, this 9 has a little bit more as far as penalty areas go. There's some tricky shots. Again, this wind really is a huge issue that these players are going to face.
Justice taking a real good long look at this one, Steve, and it's not necessarily a gimme, but this will move a little bit on him from left to right.
Yeah, this would be one you would have practiced 1,000 times on the green right here. But in tournament competition like this, especially day one, now this is, like you mentioned earlier, it's a 3-day event, 54 holes, but they're just 9 holes into it. You're trying to still kind of get your feels for the week. When was the last tournament you played? You're trying to get all that kind of dialed into the psyche. But this, just maybe the left center putt right here.
Got it. Birdie for Justice after a beautiful tee shot. That'll leave Brooks up next to play. Found himself in that sand on the right-hand side. Beautifully executed on that out, and just has this left for a par here on what is their 9th hole.
Yeah, he's actually the second lefty that's come through here. I actually initially thought the lefties would have an advantage here. They can aim towards the center of the green and kind of turn down a little draw of a pitching wedge. But the lefties that have come through here so far haven't quite dialed in the approach shot, but this would be a really nice save.
Got it. Nicholas Brooks from Colorado, and the Butler commit with a par here on 9. Looking to finish off easily the best golf year of his career. The 2025 season lended itself to some incredibly low scores, not only through high school, but he was incredibly competitive this year. And Zhao, who had a tough chip from behind, has this left for par.
Yeah, an exquisite chip to this point. And that's an easy tap in.
That's how you play this hole.
No question about that.
All right, this is Jordan Brown on the tee now from Lakewood Ranch, Florida. He's a 2026.
That one's just going long right of the green. There's a little bit of room back there. I think it's going to stay on the green stuff, but there's water surrounding this whole thing. That's why it's called an island.
Is that the definition of an island?
You know, I'm going to have to double check that, but I think that's correct.
All right, next up is Jack Carter from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. He is also a 2026. Jack used to live in Colorado, moved to Baton Rouge, and has just a phenomenal year. Callaway Next athlete. Ball's away.
Flight this ball down a little bit to try to not get up into the wind. And that's going to just miss on this left side and trickle its way onto the edge of the green. That's going to be a 45-footer with some interesting break and contour to deal with, but on the green nonetheless.
You're putting that gently. I'm looking for the clown's mouth that you have to put that one through with about, I don't know, 3 different breaks depending on how he plays that. All right, Steve, you had a chance to get a look at that. What is his situation back there on that right side? Is that a tricky chip?
Yeah, the lie is really good. The stance is his feet will be 6 inches below the ball, but there's room to work with. These greens are very slick though here. There's no overseed on the greens, and so it lends itself to be a little bit more of a skating rink at times. This Bermuda kind of gets dormant this time of year here in this area, but it makes the greens much, much faster. But this one's going to be running away from him from left to right.
And this is going to slope down this way, so Jordan Brown's got to be pretty careful with this one. As you can see, there's that ravine, if you will, in the middle. All right, so this is Jordan Brown, his second shot here on the par 3 ninth.
I think he can get this within 4 or 5 feet. It's not crazy difficult. He's just going to have to put a little bit of control on it, and that one's sliding away. That's pretty nicely done, though.
That's not bad. He would have liked that. Maybe a little bit more left to play that break. So Jordan Brown has that left for par. He'll throw a mark on it, and that brings up Jack Carter. This one's tricky. There's a lot of things that can happen on this putt. Bit of a breaker, uphill.
And the fact that it's straight downwind but uphill, I think it throws another kind of wrench into the equation here. So I would say there's only about 1.5 feet of break left to right there as I was looking at it. But it's climbing the hill. Yeah, and that's the conundrum right there. It's uphill but downwind. So it's those two factors you've got to put into the mindset when you're over that putt. And then on top of it, again, it's chilly. The hands can be a little cold. Like you're not quite having the same touch you would on an 80-degree day.
Well, and I spoke to Jack Carter yesterday. He's back and forth between putters right now. He's working with the lab. He also has an Odyssey that he's kind of been playing with. But I said, okay, so what's the play right now? And by the way, we'll have a feature with Jack Carter coming up later this tournament with a What's in the Bag. We go through all of his clubs with him. But he's back and forth on putters, so he's using this lab right now, and it's been in the bag for about 2 tournaments in a row.
Yeah, putters are can always be fickle, but these kind of zero torque putters have been very, very popular.
Jack Carter for par, and he's got it here on the 9th.
That's the same putter that J.J. Spawn won the U.S. Open with last summer and has exploded in popularity. I mean, there's a ton of merit to it. I actually putt with one similar to that. It makes a lot of sense. The putter just wants to come back squarely to the ball.
I'm a lab putter guy. One in my bag. All right, so Jordan Brown, after a chip onto the green, has this also left for par.
Yeah, really nice chip here. Just a inside left putt here from just inside 4 feet. Left hand low, kind of evens the shoulder line out.
Got it. Well, the last few groups making it look easy here on 9. Nick Gismondi, Steve Scott with Baby Grand Golf coming to you live from the traditional 9th hole here at the Ponte Vedra Inn and Club, playing as the 18th hole today. These players went off both sides, so we'll see them coming through for most of the afternoon. That's just the 4th group to come through. And we're so glad to have you here for the 6th annual Elite Invitational as we continue our coverage from the 18th.
So, what's your name? So I can let our broadcast crew know. Mr. Williams with the great winter hat. What's your name?
All right, this is Paxton Lane. He'll be first up to play.
Paxton's from Benton, Arkansas. That wind still whipping from the left and into the players.
Not sure if he loves this one. I think that has found the right-hand side.
Yeah, the bunker kind of encircles the edge over there. It's not the hard edge right down into the water, so there is a little bit of a buffer between the grass and that penalty area.
Came out of that one a little bit. All right, and this will be Cameron Rocket. Another lefty for you here, Steve.
Yeah, I like the lefties here. I'm from Hoover, Alabama, 2 over par through the first 8 holes. But kind of put this back in your stance. A little trap draw for the lefty, I think, is going to be really the shot of the day. Yeah, this one, he's going upstairs with this one, though. That wind's going to knock it all around. And that one is missed just on the right-hand side. Hole high, though. That's the key. Get it hole high. That one's makeable from the fringe over there. You can get the putter on that one.
Absolutely, and with this fringe here, and I know, Steve, you've walked around it a little bit. It's essentially like the putting surface, maybe just a smidge fuzzier.
Yeah, the dormant Bermuda really kind of, it shrivels up this time of year, so it plays very nicely. You can putt through it very nicely. In the summer, you might not be able to say that everywhere on Bermuda grass.
This is Eric Erlenkower from Anderson, South Carolina, 2026. He's also going right after it. Players being aggressive here on this 18th hole. Oh my goodness, and a great shot that just spun a little bit to the right, but a beautiful look at birdie. Finds himself right at the pin and just on.
Yeah, you could tell his eyes, he had the attention of that golf ball right there, and rightly so. That was a brilliant shot, getting it hole high. I think that's the hardest thing. When you have a crosswind, hitting it hole high, I think is the most difficult thing to do.
So much of this too is when you watch these players, and I've had the privilege of watching so much junior amateur and college golf over the last several years. The body language will tell you just about what you want to know off of tee shots.
Yeah, it's sometimes these players wear their emotions on their sleeves a little bit, and they're young. They're junior golfers. They're 17, 18 years old. I mean, I know when I was probably doing things that I don't do now as a much older person.
You're not that old, Steve. Come on.
Okay. All right.
Pretty sure I have more gray hair than you. A lot of that has to do with the 17-year-old that I have around me all the time.
Oh, good. Yeah, I got to tell you what, it's nice to feel this sunshine.
It was chilly, and then it got warm, and then it got chilly, and now it's back to being nice and warm again. Favored that right-hand side there. Same idea. All right, so Paxton will be first to play. He finds himself in that bunker on the right-hand side. We saw a shot there earlier. Nicholas Brooks was there and managed to put it pretty tight. Let's see what Paxton has.
Yeah, he's going back into the wind, which is the key here. I think that'll act as a nice little backboard. And that one didn't quite come out of that bunker the way he wanted to, and looks like he's going to get another go at it.
We can't quite see it from our angle, Steve, but I believe he was right up against that lip. Bigger strike at that one, and that is...
Yeah, sometimes when you're hitting into the wind like this, Nick, you can get ball that will plug, and he obviously did not have the lie that was advantageous for him to hit that shot the first time.
So finds himself on in 3, looking at that longer one there for a bogey. So Cameron finds himself just off the green here. This is for birdie.
Going with the putter. I like the play. Come out very smoothly from the fringe. That thing came motoring out of there.
I mean, that is a risky chip. I mean, what is the percentage of players that you think would pull a wedge out for that rather than a putter?
Yeah, I like the putter, honestly. I think you keep it, it's the highest percentage play, but dare we say that one rocketed out of there?
It did indeed rocket out of there. And that's going to give Eric a chance to take a good long look at this one. Eric Erlenkower will not be next to play after the wayward bunker shot here. This is for par.
All right, a little left to right here. This is for the bogey. Okay, that's a big save.
Big save for Rocket.
Mentally walking all the way to that next tee, and to have that under your belt like that and only lose one, that's a little victory right there.
Absolutely. Absolutely, especially with the frustration out of that bunker. So this is the birdie opportunity. It is Eric Erlenkower. Hit a beautiful shot. The only one to find this green. Everybody was going in that same direction, and it was the story of 3 different golf balls and how they played it into the wind. Erlenkower with an opportunity here from Anderson, South Carolina.
And he could use it. He's 4 over par through the first 8 holes, so to try to get one back right here.
Oh, what a birdie this would be for Erlenkower. Nice confidence boost on this 18th hole. Their 9th.
A little right to lefter here.
Got it. Erlenkower with the birdie to get himself back to 3 under through 9. 3 over through 9, pardon me. I got excited for him there. I was trying to pad the scoring for him, Steve.
Well, it's a good thing we're not playing him in basketball. That is for
right.
certain. He's about 6'6". That is the modern golfer, though. They're playing. They're taking players. Golf is taking players from other sports and bringing them into golf.
Absolutely. Paxton Lane. This is for par.
And just a little hooking putt for the left-hander there. That's a nice comebacker after the one that he blew by from the fringe.
All right. So our Continued coverage here on Baby Grand Golf from the 6th annual Elite Invitational. Glad to have you along from Ponte Vedra, Florida on what is now warming up to be a nice day. We'll go back to the tee box for our next group. This will be the group of Bradford Lacefield, Jake Valentine, and Dan McGugan. Jake Valentine next to tee it, Palm Beach Gardens, Florida, 2027. And he has put that beautifully. He's on the green just right of the pin.
That was a great shot right there from another lefty. We've got, I almost say we have just the same amount of lefties as we have righties. And this is, I mean, this is something. You know, we find that you wouldn't find this 20 years ago because the equipment now is so much more readily available for the left-handed player.
Stand on the wrong side of the ball.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. Maybe I need to start playing lefty.
This is Bradford Lacefield from Versailles, Kentucky at 2026. He doesn't like this one. He came out of it very quickly.
Well, just over the green there, kind of rode the wind there with the draw, and that may have found its way into that back bunker.
Yeah, and we've seen that a couple of times already here, Steve. And that brings up Dan McGugan from Nashville, Tennessee, 2027. Made a club choice there. Decided to walk off of that one and stepped up for something else. So let's see what McGugan can do here. The righty from Nashville.
Yeah, he's got to feel out of place in this group, being the only righty. Never know what side of the tee to stand on. Yeah. That's always the problem.
Okay, so he plays this one safe. It hits that left side and spins, catches that slope, and McGugan finds himself with a tricky birdie putt here. This will be uphill to the second tier of that green.
Brandon.
All right, well, you had an opportunity. We had an opportunity to get a look at that. What kind of shape are we in on the backside there?
Yeah, it's just fine. It's actually in the fringe there. Using the yellow golf ball, it's actually in the shadow of the palm tree up there. It's in the fringe, too. So he can get the putter on this one, no problem. And that's exactly, looks like the club in hand right here. Pretty straightforward. No, that might actually, excuse me, that's actually, he's got a little lofted club. He's going to take a little chip and run from there. Maybe feeling like the downwind nature and a little downhill, might want to put a little spin on the ball to slow it down. All the room in the world, though, to hit this basic chip and run.
I'd be putting that all day long.
Yeah, these guys, they practice these shots a little bit more than you do, Nick.
That's absolutely right. Look at this.
Ooh, case in point. That's nicely done. No nerves. You know, when you're 18 years old or 17 years old, like these players are, I mean, there's not a lot of mental and emotional baggage that you're carrying, and so you don't really have a lot of bad memories of poor shots. So
No scar tissue.
No. I mean, that only develops in the later years. So that was a.
Is that? Would you say that's my issue as a PGA professional, Steve?
It's
or
very,
is it deeper than
it's
that?
very possible. We may have to go to the couch for that one. We have to have a psychotherapy session with you.
Typically, how often are you supposed to cry during a round?
Yeah, this game will it'll play with your emotions. I think that's the most important thing for these players, to try to stay very level, even keeled emotionally. This game can really bring a lot of peaks and valleys that way, and I think the more that you can just stay as calm as you can on birdies and bogeys, I think that's the best.
So a long one here for Valentine. Hit the green, spun down right, has this opportunity for birdie.
And we've seen most players come up a few feet short because they're figuring the downwind will propel the ball up the hill, but it's definitely up the hill, right in that zone.
That's got to hurry.
Yeah, and that's kind of the common. That's a nice roll, though, really. That's overall very nicely judged. There's a bit of a grain change as they go up that hill as well. There's a lot to compute into the equation, so.
Not going to think about it.
Nope,
Let's go ahead and tap that in for a par up that hill.
Yeah, that was really well judged.
Dan McGugan, who had one of the better shots that we've seen here today, is just on the green, right of the pin. Obviously, it's a putt. It's not a tricky one here.
No, I think the only thing is that wind gusting back into his face could be a little problematic. A little downhill, but very makeable.
For birdie. Yo! And it catches the lip. He thought he had it, needed it to move a little bit more to the right, and it didn't. So that's a tap-in par.
Yeah, I think that's the issue of having to hit the ball softly going down the hill, and so the wind is going to play a little bit more havoc than if you could hit it up the hill and hit it more firmly.
Well, this one here is for par. Lacefield. A knee knocker for me, moderately routine for them.
Yeah, I think this is about 4 to 5 feet right here. Yeah, he showed us some nice touch coming down the hill.
This one's for par.
Yeah, just stay real steady over it. Nice up and down.
We've got Jake Valentine with us here for just a quick moment. Jake, first of all, how's that front nine for you?
Wind definitely played a huge factor. After a bogey on the first, all pars, so just keeping it steady into the back nine. Hope some of those putts drop this time. So.
You came up and asked me if I know what happened there. What happened there?
I mean, these greens are really fast, so if you don't get the speed right, they can give you some of those results. So.
Good luck on the rest of it.
Thank you.
Thanks for the time.
It was nice to hear that insight.
Absolute fantastic. What a great young man he was there. He came walking up to us. He's like, you know what happened there? It's like, I would love for you to tell us. All right, back on the tee. This is the group of Chaz Wilson, Chase Jerome, and Carson Anderoni. All right. So first to play is Carson Andreoni. Andreoni is away. That ball's in the air.
Yeah, another one just on that back fringe right there, right over the flagstick. They had to like that. They're just not quite judging that velocity of the wind. It starts to ride the wind a little bit, that crosswind, and it's starting to help at times and starting to hurt at times, and it's a very exacting shot.
All right, next up, fan favorite for me, this is Chaz Wilson. Chaz out of New York, New York. Good swing here by this young man, and boy, can he drive the golf ball.
Yeah, it looks like he's strong as an ox there. And going for a little club change here.
And we've seen that a few times. This is probably the fourth player that we've seen come through here who's made that adjustment, thought they had it, get up on the tee, take a few of those swings, and then make a change.
Yeah, I think these crosswinds really throw the mindset off here. Chaz is 4 over. And that was a good solid strike right over the flagstick there. He'll have about 15 feet down the hill for his birdie.
Really nice shot there by Chaz. Made the right decision when he changed that club. And this is Chase Jerome, one of the many Canadians in this tournament, out of their capital, Ottawa.
Yeah, one of the 12 Canadians out of the boys and girls side.
Well, Mason Carmel, we'll talk to him in just a moment, the tournament director, but an opportunity to bring these Canadians in, and this one is going to come up into that ravine. Just hit a little shot. A gust of wind picked up, Steve, right as we saw Jerome hitting, so he finds himself with a tricky uphill putt there.
Yeah, that will be that'll be a challenging 2-putt.
All right, so this group has made their way up and onto the green as you get a look at a few very good shots here. And boy, these players have played this hole so differently, Steve.
Yeah, they sure have. I mean, you kind of get one that goes a little long, comes a little short. I think when these players, when you're trying to figure out the shape of the shot you're trying to hit, you really have to get committed to that and the trajectory you're trying to hit it. I mean, again, this is a 137-yard shot.
Yeah.
This is not a 180-yard 6-iron or something like that. I mean, this is just a pitching wedge for these players, and they're trying to just adjust to the spin control and the trajectory control.
Carson Andreoni will be the first to play, and this is a spot that we've seen before. So, Steve, we've seen this chip. Everybody has elected from that position to use the wedge. We just saw it on the last group. Andreoni's going to do the same thing here.
Yeah, he's trying to go over just enough of the fringe here to, if he feels confident in this part of his game, I think it's a good play. I mean, you have to play the shot that you're most confident in, and just pretty much immediately went to the lofted one.
Okay, well, Andreoni will be first up. This is his second shot and an opportunity at birdie.
Yeah, class of 2027. University of Tennessee, Chattanooga. Yeah, this one's going to slide left to right just a little bit as well, but the wind may hold up some of that break.
That checked up very nicely. Oh, and it'll just flirt at the hole. That went a little further than I think he hoped it would.
It shows you the speed of these greens right now. I think that's the big thing these players are trying to navigate and understand.
Now, Chase Jerome will be next up to play from Ottawa, Ontario. His tee shot hit the side of that ravine that leads up to that essentially second tier on this interesting green complex, but he's got a bit of an uphill putt here. It did slide all the way down onto the fringe, but as we said earlier, Steve, this fringe very puttable. Most players will probably elect to putt from it. That's what Jerome is doing here. This one's going to move uphill and to the left.
Yeah, that's the steepest part of the uphill nature of this, and that's a good 4 or 5 feet short.
But that's a tough one to judge. I mean, of all of the putts that we've seen, that one very tricky.
Yeah, the more you get it hole high, or even past the hole, is not awful here. I think actually maybe the worst miss might be that short miss here today.
Chaz Wilson, as you said, 4 over, has this for birdie.
Had to get a good read from his playing partner's chip coming down the hill.
Had the opportunity to hang out with Chaz during his practice round yesterday as well as his pre-practice round, and my goodness, the driver speed and distance on this young man is incredible. Chaz Wilson for birdie, needs it to go just a little to the left-hand side. He'll be frustrated with that par just because he's 4 over, but that was a good stroke.
Very good stroke, perfect speed. I think the wind and the break are kind of counteracting each other here, so you're trying to guess how much the wind will actually hold up the left to right break, being that it was a right to left wind.
I say this is all that's left for par, but you have to think about this putt.
Yeah, just a little uphill, a little right to left.
And that just trickles the edge.
Again, it's that guess of how much is that wind going to affect the ball and kind of counteract the break. He's a little frustrated walking off the screen here with a 4.
Tough one there. This also left for par here, Steve.
Yeah, a little bit closer after that nice chip down the hill from Andreoni. There you go.
Got it. Chaz Wilson, interesting. He elected to wait on that. He took his time, stepped off of it, really wanted that birdie. So just being careful about the tap in. And he does it. All right, let's bring in the just a moment here as these players walk off. We're going to bring in tournament director and founder of the Elite Invitational. This is Mason Carmel.
Thank you, Nick. Pleasure being out here with you guys.
How are you, buddy?
I'm good. It's been a great start. A little chilly this morning, but the sun's out now. Wind actually picked up though, but gorgeous conditions, and players are getting tested a little bit with the mine and the wind. But other than that, great day out here.
Steve and I were talking about some of these diabolical pin positions that you've set up on day number 1. I can't wait to see what happens on 2 and 3.
I mean, they're diabolical if you've never been to a PGA Tour event, LPGA Tour event, NCAA National Championship, but this is what the kids are going to see at the next level. So introducing them to these types of challenges early on is the goal.
Mason, just your general thoughts on this tournament. It's the 6th year of you doing it. There's such a legacy for it, and it's such a family affair. What has it meant to you to be here again this year, providing such an incredible opportunity for these young men and women?
Yeah, Nick, actually, I was on the golf course this morning at around 5 a.m. I walked the golf course, took some notes with the wind, and where I wanted to set up some tee markers. I actually got emotional being out here by myself, and it was just a full circle moment. Like I said last night, this week I'll get another 96 brothers and sisters added to the family, and it's just a blessing to be able to have the opportunity I do to deliver this type of event for these players.
We've been talking about the flip of the nines, and obviously the ninth hole traditionally playing as the 18th during the tournament. Could you just explain the thinking behind that and why you wanted to set it up that way?
Yeah, so when I originally came down here a few months ago, and the last couple times I've been down here as well, with the way that the traditional prevailing wind is on this golf course, flipping the nines makes the finishing stretch 15, 16, 17, 18 more challenging. Players are faced with shots into the wind coming in, a little bit more of the mid irons, and they've got to hit some good quality shots. Whereas the original routing with the typical wind, they're with the length of these kids, they're gonna have flip wedges in, and we wanted to see some good golf shots when the pressure was on.
All right, Mason, we're going to flip the camera to the screen here, and we're going to bring Steve Scott back in. You want to hang out with us for a little bit on this hole?
Yeah, absolutely. So who do we have here teeing off now?
Let's get to the list here. This would be Noah Chauvin, Maxwell Vandermolen, and Liam McLaughlin.
Well, the first player just hit a great shot again. Like you said, just right over the flag stick, just off the green on the right. I'll have a good opportunity putting back into the wind to convert here.
I believe this is Max Vandermolen out of Richland, Michigan.
Max looks like he took the spin off that one. Played safe towards the center of the green there, Nick.
All right, that's pin high, just left of center.
He certainly played smart there, left himself on the right tier of the green.
All right, we'll bring Steve Scott in, and he'll join us here as Mason hangs out as well.
Absolutely. Steve?
This is a cool way to finish, I think. I think, we don't see many par 3 finishes, but maybe, being that the last few holes being into the wind like this provides a pretty stern test.
I mean, I'll let you speak to it. We talked about it a little bit, but I mean, this is definitely one of those holes that maybe on paper looks a little easy, but certainly is tough.
And what we're looking for, too, in the way that we set the pin locations for this tournament, tomorrow the players will see a front left pin location. Give them a little bit of an opportunity. Maybe we might see a 1, and final round they will be back right, all the way back right. So it's gonna require a good shot with the wind again coming off the left.
And we'll keep Mason with us and kind of just commentate through this hole. Steve, the three of us will tag team it for a moment here as these three players make their way up to the green.
Having some competitive play in the past for you, though, how exciting is this to watch these players and watch them kind of go through some of the same emotions that you have gone through as a competitive player?
I'll tell you what, they've matured a lot. So back when I was playing, having a setup like this is something I would have dreamed of. It's definitely challenging for these players, and getting to see them out here, getting to compete with this type of setup and these conditions today, certainly, it makes what I've done in the past look like nothing compared to these players.
And I think it was cool at the pairings party last night watching you and your wife speak about the just the connection. I feel like this is a very family-oriented event that you have as well, obviously with the connection with your late father.
Yeah, it's very family-oriented, and what makes it more special and what a lot of people don't necessarily know is my wife is an unbelievable golfer as well. She played collegiate golf and made a run at it to try to play professionally. So by keeping it close and have golf-minded minds surrounding us in a small team, it just makes it more special, and I think elevates the element that we're trying to deliver.
All right, so Noah Chauvin is on the backside. First to play, however, will be in a bunker shot that we've seen just a few times before, but that is Liam McLaughlin. Steve, this is not uncommon on this hole so far today.
Yeah, it's going to be a little tricky. I wasn't able to take a peek at the lie over there. If it's a good lie, it's not that hard of a shot being back into the wind, but I think it's a delicate shot. He only has 12 feet of green to work with, and that ball didn't quite make it to the surface.
Yeah, that's a touchy one there. You got to have good hands there. Short-sided himself just a little bit off the tee. We'll see if he can recover nicely here. Try to get up and down to save bogey.
Max Vandermolen is on that left side. He's going to take a nice long look at it, but Noah Chauvin from Broussard, Louisiana, he's looking at that putt as well. And again, we seem to see these in the exact same place, Steve. He's going to elect to putt this. Now, the last two players in that exact same spot went with the lofted club.
Yeah, I think he's a little bit closer to the surface here, so either play is fine with me, but this is the tough one here, to judge the distance. I've seen, most of these players have knocked it 4 or 5 feet past the hole from this point.
Looks like he put a really good stroke on it. That speed is really good.
Oh, it catches a little piece.
Caught the left side and picked up some speed for the Georgia Tech commit.
So McLaughlin now. Steve trying to decide what to do, and we've seen a few players have trouble getting out of that right bunker.
Yeah, and now it looks like he's in the rough right here, and the rough can be a little spotty over there. There's not a whole lot of foot traffic, so there's some thickness to the rough over there. This ball can sit down and it can be tricky.
Nicely done. A little bit left on that. Vandermolen has a long one here for birdie, and he's taking his time looking at this one, and he's had plenty of it, but this isn't quite a putt that we've seen too often today. Most players have found themselves a little bit more right of center. This one, the most left we've seen, Steve.
Yeah, I like this play right here. I mean, he's got a very flat putt, really not coming up over any tiers or anything, so I think to judge the speed from here shouldn't be too terribly difficult.
No, and he played the right shot into the screen today with that pin location, giving himself, like you said, Steve, a flat putt, slightly uphill towards the end of this one here.
Yeah, I'm sure you know these greens pretty well. You don't even have to, you could read these greens from a mile away, I bet.
And that's a really good speed there. Drop in.
That was for birdie, so a tap-in par for the Michigan man.
He made that look really routine, and he'll be heading to the front side very comfortable.
I think the one thing I noticed with all the players, Mason, is that you don't have all the players come in really from the state of Florida necessarily. You'd think this is a Florida event, you'd have tons of Florida players. I mean, you've got lots of Canadian, you've got people from Colorado, all over the country here.
Yeah, we've got the Canadian men's national team back again this year. We've got players representing 22 states and 6 countries. So it's really a broad field, and we're blessed to have all these kids here. And that was a really great save there for par by great save for par by Noah Chauvin.
You are correct. That is what Chauvin has left here.
Thank you guys for letting me be on here.
Mace, congratulations on just this exceptional tournament, and I know I'll speak for myself, and I know Steve wants to say something as well, but it's an honor to be a part of it.
Thank you.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, this is very cool, and to get the coverage here on Baby Grand Golf, and we're really excited for not only today, for we got the rest of this tournament, and maybe a lot more in the future.
Absolutely, and a first-class tournament deserves first-class broadcasters, so can't thank you both enough for being out here, Nick and Steve. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon.
Mason Carmel, the founder and tournament director of the Elite Invitational, now in its 6th year. Pretty incredible. All right, so this is Braden Forte. First to play out of Colorado. Second Coloradan we've seen come through here so far today. Up and in the air. That's going to hit down that right side and just trickle on down onto that far right rough.
It'll be in that little collection area there, probably one of the tougher up and ins.
So this is Thomas McGugan. That last shot was Lucas Jimenez. Braden Forte finds himself up on that far left side. So Thomas McGugan out of Nashville, Tennessee, at 2029, Steve.
Yeah, he's getting after it early. There's not too many younger than he in this field. Plays out of the Golf Club of Tennessee. And that one will not find the putting surface there.
I believe he's down on that right-hand side. So McGugan finds himself on the right side. Lucas Jimenez has rolled down into that valley, and Braden Forte up on that top tier back left of the pin. All right, so the players making their way across this bridge to the island green. A nice walk here on the 18th hole at the 6th annual Elite Invitational. Nick Gismondi alongside Steve Scott for Baby Grand Golf, coming to you here greenside, live streaming to you all day long. Braden Forte, Colorado kid. See, this is what I like. You got shorts and the golf shirt. Not worried about the temperature whatsoever. Look at him. He looks calm, comfortable. Look at the legs on Braden Forte right now. Power. A lot of power.
Yeah, that is where the speed comes from right there. From the ground up, these guys do squats after squats. They sleep and squat at night. I mean, they're stronger than anything.
And Braden Forte right here, committed to San Diego State University. I've had just the absolute pleasure of watching this young man grow up. Obviously, I'm from Colorado, and I'm blessed enough to have a young godson who's the same age as Braden, and they have come up and played golf together. In fact, all 5 of the Colorado kids have been teammates and competitors at one time or another. My godson's actually in the field as well.
Yeah, you're pulling double duty this week.
As if one of those duties isn't stressful enough.
Yeah, I think this is the easy part. Golf is easy. You don't have to hit the shots, though. It's turned out to be a pretty beautiful day, though, here, Nick. It really is. It's if the wind could lay down a little bit, it'd be absolutely perfect. Nice little beach day. But
Oh, yeah.
speaking about the beach, we got a shot from the beach over here on the right for Thomas McGugan. Haven't seen a ton of success from this right-hand bunker in getting the ball up and down. So let's see if McGuigan can be successful here.
All right, so McGugan.
Yeah, coming back into the wind here. Ooh, almost.
Oh, goodness.
That was really close.
Now, Lucas Jimenez is currently on the phone with a rules official. I can't tell if his ball is, it's near a sprinkler head there, so he's wondering if he gets relief from it. I do believe he does. He should have the sprinkler head is within a club length of the green, and his ball is very easily within a club length of that sprinkler head. So I understand if he can take relief from that. So I imagine that Braden Forte will be next up to play. McGugan has that left. And so as Jimenez awaits the rulings decision, Braden Forte will line up his birdie attempt here.
Yeah, you talked about San Diego State and where he's committed to. One Xander Schauffele.
Is that who
You may have heard of him.
Yeah,
A
maybe.
major champion, went to San Diego State.
Yeah. He'll be competing with one of his fellow Coloradans, who we'll see coming up shortly, Miles Kuhl, also a San Diego State commit. And in fact, all of the Colorado young men that are here in this event have committed to play D1 college golf next year, which is, for the state of Colorado, just a spectacular honor.
Yeah, it's got to be very exciting for all of them, and they can share stories as they continue on in this journey of golf.
All right, here's Braden Forte. This is for birdie. He's going to step off this and take one more look at it.
Yeah, and rightfully so. He's tied for second right now. 1 under par through the first 8 holes. That's getting it pretty well on a day like this.
There were some players that came out pretty hot at the very beginning. They have since dropped off a little bit. Braden Forte for birdie. Get it going a little bit. Yes!
Oh, there we go.
What a putt by the young man from Colorado, and that'll put him at 2 under. Went deep on that one distance-wise for young Forte.
Yeah, he'd be tied for the lead right now with Isaiah Igo from Texas.
Miles Kuhl, who's currently in 7th right now out of Boulder, Colorado, at even. He came out hot. He was at 3 under through the first 4 holes.
And he's cooled off a little bit.
Oh, you didn't.
All right, well, it looks like we have gotten some relief from the sprinkler head over there, so Lucas Jimenez will take the putter out here and climb the hill to the back right patio where the hole is located here. Very tricky to get the speed right, though. Anything down in 2 from here would be very nicely accomplished.
He did get a ruling on that and got some relief, so that was for birdie.
Yeah, local product, Jacksonville, Florida.
Mm-hmm.
Always nice to sleep in your own bed and play in a tournament.
Yeah. This is about to be a place I'm going to spend a considerable amount of time for the next 4 years. I hear it's nice down here.
It can be. It can be, yes. It is the Sunshine State, so nice to see the sun out. All right, now Thomas McGuigan here. Nashville, Tennessee. Youngest player in the boys' field. I don't see any other 2029 collegians here at all, so just making his way. Let's try to get this ball up and down from that right greenside bunker, and he's done it. That is a wonderful up and in. That is the first one we've seen get up and down from that right greenside bunker today. Lucas Jimenez there. That will be a bogey, even with the relief from that drainage area. That will be a bogey 4 on the car for Lucas. He'll be disappointed walking over to his 10th hole. They will go over to the first tee. Now they'll have a transport over there. Again, this 18th hole here, this is typically the 9th hole in everyday play here at the Ponte Vedra Inn and Club. But they have made this the 18th hole, the Island Green. All right, this is the last group that teed off on the 10 in the boys division here. This is Taft Corey, Luke Gossett, and Emile Lebrun. A North Carolinian, a Floridian, and a Canadian. that one will find its way to the back left portion of the green. That's okay, though. That will be a flat-ish putt from over there. And these players here on the tee, they don't quite feel what that wind is doing. There's a home just off to the left side that's really blocking a good portion of the wind. And so as this ball hits its apex, it's really going to shoot off to the right. That's why we've seen a lot of balls miss this green to the right. And this ball's flighted down, though, trying to knock it underneath the wind. And that is the first ball we've seen in that left green side bunker today. So we will have a little beach time over here for this group. Luke Gossett in this group from Sorrento, Florida. He was even par early. Oh, that one right over top of the flagstick there. The yellow golf ball. We're seeing a few more yellow golf balls in the mix from these players. Maybe that's a good secret. Get a good eye on the ball. Yeah, the players will make their way over the bridge here to the island green area. All right, just a beautiful, almost noon time here in the East Coast, 11:55. And we've got a couple players at 2 under par right now in this Elite Invitational on the boys' side of things. And the girls' groupings will be coming through just after this group here. But a couple players on the boys' side, a couple under par.
All right, Steve. As we continue our coverage here from the 18th hole at the Ponte Vedra Inn and Club on Baby Grand Golf. Live streaming this 18th for you today. The last group of the first wave of men coming through. We haven't seen this shot just yet.
No, this is Taft Curry from the Pinehurst area, Fayetteville, North Carolina. He'll go. I don't mind this bunker shot. He's got room to work with. It's got to stay up on the top terrace, which it will. That'll be
Goodness, that's flirting.
about 10 feet or so, maybe 12 for Taft's par.
We haven't seen that miss left just yet today. The miss for the sand has been to the right. No one has gone long into the sand just yet. They flirted with it, however. I think important to mention, Steve, we talked about the wind and it's prevalent here at the green with really little to no protection in and around it. However, the tee box is nestled into some homes and a little bit more thicker foliage that really prevents it from being felt on that tee box when you're standing there.
Yeah, 100%. I think that always leads to indecision. Anytime you're over a golf shot and you're going to try to execute it to the best of your abilities, you have to be 100% committed on what the situation is. And if you're over the ball and you're thinking, well, the wind might blow it or the wind's not, and you're wishy-washy, that always leads to a non-committal execution.
All right, big putt here. Long one.
Yeah, I don't mind this. Not coming over any serious terraces in the green. I think the speed will be okay to judge, and he's done it nicely.
Oh, goodness. We just saw Braden Forte drain a long birdie putt on that last group for a birdie to put him at 2.
That was Luke Gossett right there. That was really nicely judged.
Just a little tap
That
in
may be
par.
that may be the spot to putt from.
Hey, you know what? We should give that a try later.
Yeah. We certainly haven't seen it from short putting up the slope by any means.
Mm-mm. All right, this will be LeBron from Quebec, Canada.
And one of the players using the yellow golf ball, which
Interesting.
we don't see a ton in the junior ranks.
Does LeBron have it? Just outside.
Yeah, that was the same side Chaz Wilson barely slid the ball by on.
It is.
It's just not quite breaking enough from left to right for these players.
Yeah, interesting. Perhaps they're misreading that. We'll have to make sure we take a look at that and see exactly what's going on there. This green does tend to slope that way to the right a little bit. And again, we'll throw a mark on that and take a look. Not overly enthused to tap it in right away.
He might be standing in his playing partner's line, doesn't want to abuse the line there. We'll see if Taft Curry here can get this ball up and down from that left green side bunker.
This would be a wonderful par.
He's committed to Clemson University as Taft.
That didn't move.
And that one didn't get to the right, so that will be a bogey 4. Class of 2027, so he's got rest of his junior year and then a senior year to go before heading to Clemson.
As a first-hand participant in the recruiting process, it is probably very nice, I would say, to get that out of the way in your junior year. I can tell you from first-hand experience, Steve, it's you and I have been doing television for a very, very long time, and it can be stressful, but the agonizing process of the recruiting process is quite deadly.
Yeah, no question about that. There's so much that goes into it. You feel like, I mean, whether they're a student athlete or they're not. I've got a son who's not going to be a student athlete next year in college, but yes, there's just a lot that goes into it.
Oh, yeah, okay.
This side?
Yeah, that's fine. You're good. All right, well, the wind blowing a little bit here. The hair still looks good, though, Steve. It's phenomenal.
You know, got to put a little extra product in it today. It just doesn't flow like this way. It goes more this way. So, anyway.
It looks good, but we're coming to you here, Nick Gismondi and Steve Scott for Baby Grand Golf from the 18th hole at the Ponte Vedra Inn & Club for the first round of the 6th annual Elite Invitational in Jacksonville, Florida. Just an absolutely picturesque day it's shaping up to be, and if you saw any coverage from yesterday, and you will later, this is a drastically different weather day.
It certainly is. Yesterday was completely cloud covered. The wind was blowing twice the velocity that it is right now, all from the north. It was super cold today. At least the sunshine's keeping a little bit of feel in the hands, and it's getting a little bit warmer out, so the players are having a little better touch on the greens.
The first wave of men have come through already, and we're just waiting on the first wave of women to come through. Then there'll be a second wave of men as both men and women went off of both sides of this golf course here to start the day today. This is shaping up to be, I would say, a very parable hole today. We've only seen a handful of bogeys, only a handful of birdies. Most players, because of that tucked right pin position, playing it safe to the middle of that green. We've seen a few get a little wayward on those gusts of wind, finding mostly that right sand trap.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely about the same amount of birdies as bogeys, as you said. But yes, the players they're having a little bit of fits. If the wind wasn't so hard off the left, I think the players would have a much easier time getting this ball within 12 or 15 feet more consistently. But yeah, it's tough to feel like you're going to make a lot of 20 and 30 footers out here. But yeah, great opportunity though for these players to get on the proper terrace. They can score.
From what you've seen so far on the screen now, if you were caddying for one of these players, what would you say is the play? Is it, hey, let's not go after this pin, let's play it smart? We talked to Mason Carmel earlier. This pin is tough. The pin on Thursday will be very difficult. Gonna give him a little break tomorrow though.
Yeah, might as well mix it up a little bit. But yes, it's whenever you put a hole location on the upper terraces of a green like you are here, it always makes it a little bit more problematic to get the ball close. But I think the shot really is actually hole high or even a little past hole high today. That's where the players don't have to putt up the ridge, and I think you're seeing a few more birdies actually come from that upper tier past the hole than you are short.
Haven't seen any major misses left, just one time into that sand trap on the left-hand side. And the way that this relatively short 137-yard par 3 that is playing that way today comes into it, it's trap on the back, trap on the left, and water. It is a quote-unquote island green, but it doesn't appear intimidating necessarily from the tee in terms of water.
No, this is not the island green that you might see 2 miles down the road at the TPC Sawgrass. This was actually the inspiration for that island green for Pete and Alice Dye back, when this golf course was built in 1928. I mean, they saw it. Obviously, the TPC Sawgrass was built in the early 80s. But, yes, the inspiration was there. This is kind of softer around the edges. You have a bunker that really encircles the green before you get to the penalty area. And so you're not really seeing a lot of balls find that water. Not as dangerous as that one.
Steve, let's just talk about this golf course in general. Obviously, right now we're featuring the 18th hole. Throughout the rest of our coverage here, we'll have, throughout rounds 2 and 3, we'll have a different look on this golf course for you here. But in round 1, we're focusing on 18. If you're looking at this golf course on a whole, where do you think its protection lies in general?
Really, I think you've got a few of these holes on this 9 particularly, especially 15, 16, 17, they're working back into the wind. This north wind is no joke today. I mean, these players, even a shorter hole is going to play much more challenging. Your trajectory controls and all that are be really tested out there. But that's really the protection is the wind. This golf course, overall, if it's windless, it's not too bad to score. But there's definitely a few spots of bother if you get a little offline with some of this wind.
All right, we've seen a little bit of the field coming through. We're keeping an eye on the scores. Nobody necessarily running away with it. There was a few players who got off to a very hot start. That cooled off exponentially, and now we're kind of seeing everything right around that mid-range.
Yeah, I think when the player, it's like having a long horse race. It's a 54-hole competition. So day one, I've never seen anybody win the golf tournament on day one. So today's kind of about just treading water in a way and just making sure you don't shoot yourself out of contention. And then the next few days, as it gets warmer, maybe a little less wind, that's when the players can know that they're going to really put the pedal down and shoot something in the mid to low 60s.
And attack the course a little bit more. Day one is just about putting up a number and staying in the fight. As Steve said, you can't win it on day one, but a bad day one, you could potentially lose it.
Yeah, and that's really all. These players, they're pretty seasoned overall. A lot of juniors and seniors in high school. They've played a ton of tournament golf. They know when they need to put the pedal down. But today isn't the day. Today's the day to just kind of hang around that par and make a lot of pars and move on.
All right, so don't go anywhere on us. Stay tuned. We're in a little bit of a gap between that first wave of men coming in and now the women that are playing catch up, and they'll be here on this ninth shortly, just the way the tee times were staggered. We'll have a few more men coming through as well, so don't go anywhere. Baby Grant has you covered. Steve and I will be jumping in periodically to talk more about this green here in our little break, so don't go anywhere. You keep us live, and we will be right back. All right, so we're back with you here on the 18th green, and the first group of women coming through. This will be the group of Lisa Copeland, Ryan Donaldson, and Elizabeth Guthrie. Copeland with a nice shot. Ryan Donaldson next up to play.
Yeah, this teeing area is 121 yards for these young ladies, and that was a dart right there.
Beautiful shot. So it's Elizabeth Guthrie next up, but Donaldson, just a beautiful one there. About a 7-footer for birdie.
Yeah, on the girls' side, we've got 3 players tied at the top. Sophia Dyer, Bella Dubney, and Macy Rasmussen.
Well, that's not a spot we haven't seen yet today. Guthrie, the 2028, puts that just on the back side on the putting surface.
Yeah, right over top of the flagstick. That was a good strike right there. greenside bunker action. Back into the breeze. Coming out low and hot. Ball's going to scoot some 15 feet past the hole right there.
Well, Steve, that wind picking up a little bit here, and it won't factor so much with everybody all safely aboard on the putting surface, but it's certainly a factor off of the tee box. Starting to gust a little heavier now. It said it would get up to about 10 today, and not much higher than that. And I feel like that's about where we're at.
Yeah, I think we're north, actually. Yeah, I don't mind hitting it up here, but it's a very exacting shot today with this hole. Just some 12 feet above the edge of the ridge here.
Well, this putt will move fast down and to the right. This pace was, very good. Burn the edge of the hole. Leave about a 3-footer, 4-footer left here for a par.
These greens, plenty of speed on them right now. Again, as you look at them, there's a lot of greens that they have at golf courses this time of year that are, especially in the south, that are overseeded. These greens are not overseeded, so there's a more of a sheen to them. And they in these cold nights that they have here in northeast Florida, you know, the greens kind of go. There's a little bit of a dormancy to them.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a little bit of brown. It's not maybe as pretty as the overseeded look, but I think they putt way better.
Oh, yeah. This is a birdie putt as well. Love that. We've seen some good putts today, that's for sure.
That was a beautiful effort right there. You hate bogeying par threes.
It just feels so much heavier.
If you could average a 3 on every par 3,
Mm-hmm.
you would be beating most of the field.
That is definitely not my average. Seemingly so easy, but difficult at the same time.
Yeah, great opportunity here for birdie.
Beautiful tee shot. Yes.
Rock solid right there.
How about that for Lisa Copeland out of Naperville? A little bit left on this one, Steve. You got to think through it.
Yeah, definitely raced this one by from above the hole. This one's been tough to judge. A right to left break, but left to right wind. Oh, and she nails it.
Not a problem. Impressive as well is the pace of everyone so far here today. They're moving through this 9.
Yeah, yes, they are. All right. All right, 121 yards here for the trio of Allie Weirtill, Anna Boone, and Reese Wallace. A couple of from Illinois, Allie and Reese, and Anna from the Orlando area, Champions Gate, Florida. Left to right wind from 121 yards. Looking anxiously. Oh, that is a beautiful shot right there. Only 4 feet right of the hole. That is the best shot we've seen all day from any of the players. That is a very exacting shot right there. Yeah, the wind really coming more from left to right here. Not really. It was a little bit more into the players earlier, but now the wind has shifted a little bit more from the north and moving more left to right, which I think makes it a little bit easier to judge. But a wonderful shot right there. I don't see this anything more than a little 9-iron, maybe a nice pitching wedge here for these young women. That is left and going to find maybe trickle down a little bit. That'll be right on the edge there. Hole high, but not too bad of a spot right there. Making sure not to short side herself.
Well, I did just find out, Steve, that there was a hole-in-one on hole number 7 just a moment ago. So we've already had one today, and that was just about as close as we've seen here.
Wow. Yeah, there's nothing easy about navigating this wind here today at all.
You've obviously been around this course before. Would you say the wind is a factor on several of the holes or just on some of these exposed ones?
No, I think it's a factor all the way around. When it's blowing about 15 miles an hour, there's not a whole lot of shelter from the wind out there overall. And this golf course was built, mostly for this northerly wind right here. So either in the summer, and other times you get the wind, coming from the south and more into the wind on a lot of holes, either into the wind or downwind. So many of these holes play.
Just a twosome here. So Grace Beffett and Isabel Emanuels. It was Emanuels with that beautiful shot. Puts her in good shape for a birdie here. Grace Beffett just on that left-hand side.
Yeah, Grace Beffett here from Ponte Vedra, Florida, right down the street.
Might have seen this golf course once or twice before, Steve.
Yeah, tough scoring right now in both divisions. I mean, 1 under par is the lead in the girls' side right now. Just on the front 9, though.
And that wind now really picking up from left to right here, Steve. I can feel that at our backs. We're just left of the green, just shy of pin high. That flag that you see moving, pretty indicative of what's going on this hole. All right, so here's Grace Beffett, the local. Probably had this putt a time or two.
Yeah, she doesn't have to go over the slope so much in this green. A little bit, pretty much pin high right here. I would anticipate I'd anticipate a 2-putt from here.
You told me I was 2-putting from here right now. I'd take that. Walk off the green. In. Can Grace Beffett make it a 1-putt? Nearly.
Really well judged.
But our resident pro, Steve Scott, knew what was happening there. And it's a tap-in par for Grace Beffett here at the 18th. So Emanuels, the 2026 from Austin, Texas. We'll take a look at this from the opposite side. She'll take your time with this birdie putt. We've seen a few on this hole today, Steve.
Yeah, I think the conundrum here for the players is that they have to hit the ball softly coming down the hill, but the wind is going to be right into her face, so any sort of misstrike or if it can bobble around a little bit easier, the wind can affect it a little bit more when it's traveling slower.
Yeah.
But only about 5 feet from the hole, so as good of an opportunity as you can ask for here at the par 3 18th.
This for birdie for Emanuels.
Through a shadow. No, that one took the hard lip on the right side.
Oh, she would love that one back. So it's a tap-in par. Both escape with no blood here on the 18th, but Emanuels will feel that one for just a moment.
Alexa. It's using the darknet hat.
Alexa Fung.
Yeah. If that's a darknet.
It is. All right. This brings up Alexa Fung of Forest Hills, New York, 2027.
Yeah, safely aboard on that left side. That's going to just trickle to the edge over there, but that'll stay on the green. That'll be a GIR.
Not familiar with GIRs or fairways as well, Steve. Chloe McGrath from Jacksonville, Florida, 2027 up next. A lot of these women electing for the hybrid here. That wind is firmly in their face at this moment, coming a little bit left to right as well. I mentioned several times that they can't really feel it on that tee box, but it's apparent based on those palm trees and the way that flag is moving.
Yeah, a little bit more challenging angle, actually, than boys may have even had. A little bit more on the right side of this teeing ground.
Yeah.
Well, it's safely in the heart of the green right there.
Chloe McGrath will put it in that little ravine. It's probably going to roll down a little bit, but if it stays on the side of that hill, it won't be a bad putt either.
She is not committed yet to a college, but I think that's really what the players have at their disposal right now. They have the opportunity. I keep using that word, but the opportunity to really show some collegiate coaches what they can do in a high competitive setting like this.
This is Stephanie Weinberg out of Boca Raton, Florida, the 2028. She's just gone a little onto the long side. It might be just off. And I wouldn't, Steve, say that wind has been consistent. I'd say that it's been moderate. Gusts have been picking up here and there, but for the most part, it is factored in on pretty much every shot we've seen from the tee box.
Yeah, no question about that. I mean, the players have with the back right hole location, you'd think the wind would kind of fit the shot to fall into the hole over there, but we've seen a few good shots. But when you stand on that tee back there, it's a little bit daunting. You have all the bunkers that kind of shoot you in the face right here, and you have all this green grass over here to the left. That's kind of where your eye it gathers towards, and so we've seen a lot more shots on that left side for sure.
So Alexis Fong on that left-hand side, just didn't see her land over that ridge area there. Chloe McGrath on the side of that hill. She'll throw down a mark. And it was that last one we didn't see. It did end up missing left, so Stephanie Weinberg finds herself in that trap. Not an abnormal place on this hole so far.
Yeah, that'll be a interesting bunker shot. She's going to give it the full look up there. See, the green falls away from that bunker, but the only good thing these players have is that wind is really working into them so much that it can act like a nice backboard, but we've seen a lot of balls race themselves out. You know, it just depends if he's on the upslope or not. You know, but this one's most likely going to get past the hole. Oh no.
How many times have we seen that today?
Yeah, that ball had to be plugged right there. She just kind of took a stab at it, and unfortunate, but that's kind of what you get when the wind starts to work into you and you float a ball up in the air with a shorter iron.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if this one's a little bit better. The ball comes out, but that's going to race by right now. That'll be an uncomfortable 12-plus feet.
That is also typical of what we've seen. We've seen about 2 or 3 of those bunker shots not make it out, and then that second shot out of the bunker is a little bit aggressive, and we see it go past because it's in their heads.
Yeah, you don't get such a great lie in there, and you draw some soft sand, and all these things kind of compound themselves. Wind really is the number one enemy of competitive golfers. I mean, golfers in general, but the people who are trying to really shoot a score, like these young men and women. I mean, this wind, when the wind gets blowing up like this, and then if you change it, you know, you take the same hole locations and the same temperatures and all that, but you take the wind away. I mean, golf is so much easier to figure out and to judge how the golf ball is going to fly and where it's going to go.
The mistakes that you've seen on this hole so far today, or not mistakes, just more of directionally challenged shots, would you attribute it to the wind?
Directionally challenged. I like that
Yeah,
phrase.
pretty good, right?
Yeah, I use that a lot for myself. But yeah, 100%. You know, you're trying to. Sometimes you can overcook it, as this one from Fung comes up the hill, and that should get into tap-in range right there.
That isn't too bad.
Yeah, we've seen the best approach putts come from that area over there. But yes, the wind is definitely playing havoc. And the fact that, I mean, straight downwind or into the wind always makes it easier. When you have a crosswind like this, you're always trying to guess and make sure that your shape and the spin of the golf ball, if you turn the ball into the wind versus work it with the wind, the ball can travel 8-10 yards distance.
We haven't seen a side hill putt like this yet. They've all normally come down. This is for birdie.
That one actually, it stays more left than these players are thinking as well. They're feeling like it's going to fall from left to right. And that was Chloe McGrath right there.
Yeah, intuitively we've seen that mistake. The miss has been left of this pin when you're down in that ravine. It's been a speed factor, and it's deceiving at the cup. Intentional by Mason Carmel, who we heard from earlier. He was kind enough to stop by and say hello.
I think that's a challenging thing too when you're setting up a golf course like Mason is, you know, to make it fair for both the girls and the boys. There's different skill sets involved.
Stephanie Weinberg for her par out of the bunker twice. Pardon me, that would be a bogey. I forgot about her initial shot there. So a nice bogey save, as you said, an uncomfortable 12-footer earlier.
Yeah, that's to only lose one shot. We've seen that in a couple groups before as well. That's a big save right there. You know, bogeys, you can make it up on the next hole with a birdie. Doubles, obviously you need 2 birdies.
Hard to erase.
There's my math thing again. I'm good with
the
them.
great Grant Fuhr, the legendary NHL goaltender who is a exceptional golfer, said, bogeys, those are easy to fix. It's the doubles that you need an eraser for. All right, so Fung has this left.
Not too much into this one.
And easy day. That'll bring up Chloe McGrath. So Chloe McGrath for a knock-in par. Yep.
Easy does it right there. You just want to stay really steady on those short putts.
Okay, so the group of Zhao Yu, Emma McCohen, and Bella Dohave are next up.
A couple Floridians and a Californian.
I feel like that's the start of a joke. Walk into a bar. First one is away. Great shot there. Gets it up onto that top tier, just left of the pin. Played that into the wind, started it left, and nestled it tight. And I'll tell you what, Steve, that flag right now is hustling more than a used car salesman on the last day of the month.
Yeah, it's moving hard left to right, no doubt. And Bella Dovey is she's 1 under par through 8 holes, tied for the lead in the girls' side. So
good swing at it here. This one's moving on that right-hand side. It's got to get left. I believe that found that bunker on that right-hand side, and that is where the miss has been. And it's just about judging this wind. Is certainly pushing from left to right. I believe this is GU from Irvine, California, the 2026. Moving through the first portion of our women's groups. There'll be 2 more after this, and then we'll see the final group of men start to filter through.
and GOU is even par through 8 holes. Yeah, I like the lefty here. I'm still hopeful that the lefties would just start at the middle of the green. And the lefty draw can you can kind of turn down a wedge easier than you can fade a wedge.
Are you a lefty?
I'm not,
No.
but I'm picturing if I was with this whole location, it just kind of fits.
Off to a good start. Also towards that right-hand side. It was right over the pin. It's going to just roll off the back. It'll be through the fringe and into a little bit of that rough. And it's fluffy. So it'll be a chip shot for GU. So another victim of the far right sand trap. Jiu finds herself at the beach here in Ponte Vedra on the 18th hole.
Yeah, we're very close to the beach of the Atlantic Ocean right over here. And I took a look at this lie. It's okay. It's just a little bit on a tiny bit of a downslope in the back part of this bunker. I think this is going to be tough to get within 5 or 6 feet here. Ball's sitting okay though. It's not plugged or anything. It kind of rolled down into the back of the bunker, but her 1 foot may be out of the bunker.
All right.
Yeah, it's just kind of what you're going to get from that lie. It's so challenging to get that ball with any elevation to stop it, and the green runs away from over there as well.
So you had a chance to go get a look at that bunker, and it's been a troublesome trap for most of the players through it. Is it plugging over there, or is it just such a steep ledge it's hard to get it up and over?
Yeah, I mean it's a pretty deep bunker, so I think that's the challenge right there. I think a couple of the balls that we've seen before have been plugged. Because with a reasonable lie, it's not a hard bunker shot. It's just hard to get very close.
Mm-hmm. Emma McCone, the 2028 out of Naples, finds herself on that backside.
Yeah, a little bit of a chip and run. I see the golf ball, though. The ball's sitting up nicely. She should be able to get this one within 4 or 5 feet here. Trickling down the hill.
All right.
Pretty well done.
Not bad at all. Oh, Emma McCone will have a look at par. Bella Dove will take a look at hers now.
Yeah, she bogeyed her very first hole, but since then, 2 birdies on 12 and 15. Again, this is their first 9 that these players are playing.
They're taking a good long look at these sometimes, and probably for good reason. This green has gotten faster as the sun has started to hit it a bit here.
Yeah, this is where we've seen all the putts hold from right here, Nick, so I anticipate a good opportunity here.
Making a good run at it.
It's another one.
Made it.
All right, that's got to be the spot.
That's the spot.
Yes.
Center of the green.
Yep.
Top shelf. Easy game. Just tap it in.
Yeah, that was a wonderful, wonderful putt right there. One thing, if these players are smart, as they hit their bunker shots, they're watching that ball as it rolls by the hole, so they get a good sense of what the break is going to be on the way back.
Yep. Taking their time with this one, that's for sure. This is the one that we've seen everyone have trouble with. The miss has been on the left-hand side. Yep.
Yes, those putts kind of working up and down the hill. Again, the
Yeah.
crosswinds.
Uh-huh.
The more these players can play either straight downwind or straight into the wind, it's so much easier.
Is with the velocity of the wind right now, is that going to drastically or at least moderately affect a putt on this green right now? Is that playing a factor?
Well, I think what it does, it affects the amount of break that these players think that the ball, because it'll just hold it up, maybe a half a ball as far as the break goes, and then you get a little wishy-washy over the ball, and maybe not guessing how much it's going to break, or you're guessing how much the wind is going to affect the amount of break. Now, this is the angle where you want to be putting from. You're more downwind. The wind is going to carry the ball straighter.
Yeah. Just to clean it up. Got it.
Yes.
And a cheer from Dad watching on. Stressful moments when you're a parent watching these golf tournaments.
I think it's harder being a parent than it is being the
It's
player.
the most agonizing 5 hours of your day. I got to run back and grab another. right, so Megan Rodriguez will be first to hit. Second to last group of the first wave of women who went off on the 10T this morning at 9:30. Megan's out of Houston, Texas, a 2027. It's the par 3 18th here at Ponte Vedra. Glad to have you along on Baby Grand, Nick Gismondi, and the Steve Scott.
There's probably other Steve Scotts out there.
I don't, but not anyone like you.
There's an
my
Olympic
friend.
miler named Steve Scott.
Oh, did you do that? Was that you, perhaps?
No, I'm not a runner.
Okay, all right.
I run to the refrigerator.
Exceptional
or
golfer. You're an exceptional golfer.
Okay, all right. Yeah, we'll stick in the golf.
Megan Rodriguez finds the green there, and that ball will just sit in that ravine. We've seen that putt just a moment ago. Ava Osborne out of Austin, Texas, also a 2027. She's up next. A lefty. What do you know?
We see a lot of lefties here.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of lefties.
Well, they say lefties are the only ones in their right minds.
This one's away.
That's a well-balanced short iron here.
So it comes out of it a little bit. I believe that's victim of the sand trap on the right.
They just overturned it with the wind.
Alexis Card out of Cambridge, Ontario. She'll be next up to play. This hole playing about 121?
121 yards, exactly, yes. So just a good pitching wedge, maybe a little 9-iron, depending on what shape you're trying to play it. You take more club if you're trying to work it back into the wind a little bit. If you're going to ride the wind, you take a little less club. Ooh, that was a nice aggressive swing. That had to be the pitching wedge there.
It was a pitching wedge. And about pin high left of center of the green on that top tier. A good looking shot for the Canadian Alexis Card. All right, so this is moderately typical of where we've seen the dispersion on this green so far. Someone's normally on that back tier. Terribly.
She knew you. She knew exactly.
She's like, this guy doesn't know how to golf. Might have gotten lucky over there. I don't know if that's in the sand. I think that's actually beyond the trap.
Yeah, it looks like she's practicing a chipping motion for sure.
Yeah.
So Ava Osborne.
Oh, and that just came out hot.
Yeah, that's the unpredictability from the rough, right? I mean, maybe she would have preferred to be in the bunker.
Yeah.
Get a little bit of cushion, maybe spin the ball a little bit more. The rough can really be problematic, especially this dormant Bermuda rough. That over there's not a whole lot of foot traffic, so the rough is actually pretty thick.
Yep, it's fluffy. Where we're standing right now,
fluffy.
it's patchy here on that far side where, as Steve just said, there's not a lot of action. It's a little little fluffy, catchy. So Ava will make her way over to mark her ball. A long, tricky, testy one for par.
Yeah, Ava and her partner actually made the U.S. Women's Amateur 4-ball event, made it to the round of 16 in recent history. So she's got some USGA experience under her belt.
Megan Rodriguez next up to play. This putt has given players fits here today. It's tough to judge the speed, and it moves a lot more left to right than you think.
Yeah, I think you're looking for the nice little 2 to 3 foot circle here.
Just gotta move a little bit more to the right.
Good pace, though. Look, when you have your pace right, you can be 2 feet off and still have a 2-footer.
I think that's the best pace that we've seen.
Yes,
today.
For sure. But everybody's expecting that ball to kick a little bit more to the right off that slope up there. And it just hangs to the left.
Alexis Card, the Canadian, plays for Team Ontario.
I think that was pretty cool when we had Mason Carmel here talking about how bringing the Canadian team down here. I mean, it's a great opportunity. Obviously, they're not playing a lot of golf in Canada these days.
Not right now.
It's this cold here. I can't imagine what it is in Winnipeg or something.
Alexis Card's putt. This is just there.
It's kind of cool. It's a really neat community of golfers. I mean, Canada, I played the Canadian Tour for a few years, and they're just nuts about their golf north of the border up there. They'll absolutely love it. I mean, and they'll be 1,000% behind all the players. Actually, just down the road a few days ago, AJ Ewart on the men's side, he made a PGA Tour card, one of the 5. He was a Canadian.
He did.
Ben Silverman is a Canadian. He was in that playoff right down the road at TPC Sawgrass there for that final PGA Tour card that they were giving out, the 5 they were giving out down the road.
Big long one. This one is for par, and it will just come up a little shy. Tap in bogey from a tough shot out of the rough earlier.
Yeah, just a little overly aggressive off the tee, and Ava Osborne will pay the price. All right, this one a little tap in for par right here for Megan Rodriguez. Okay, easy does the 3. And the Houston Texan will have 9 more holes to play in her opening round here. And if they just crank down the wind a little bit, it would be super playable out here right now, but this wind is whipping some 12, 15 miles an hour from the northeast as Alexis Card taps in for her par. So 2 pars and a bogey in this trio. And they will have 9 more to play as they move along here in their opening round here at the Elite Invitational, the Ponte Vedra Inn and Club. One of the great resorts in the country, just steps from the Atlantic Ocean right across the street there. Beautiful facilities here. They're adding to the facilities here as well at the Ponte Vedra Inn and Club. Just an awesome spot to come down here and hang out for a few days, get out of the cold weather where most of this country is residing in right now.
You know, I'm a Colorado guy, and I'll tell you something right now. It was warmer yesterday in Colorado than it was here. All right, our final group of the first wave of women. This brings up Maria Isabella Riquetto.
Southern Pines, North Carolina, the Pinehurst area. A lot of great golf in Pinehurst.
Baby Grand has coverage of the Donald Ross Invitational coming up just after Christmas. Steve and I will have that for you. Never a bad day when you can spend some time at Pinehurst.
No, I was there a few weeks ago, and yeah, just to hang out. You don't even have to play golf. You just hang out on the porch and watch people play and have a few drinks at the Deuce and go putt the Thistle Dew.
Yeah, I love the Cradle.
Go play the Cradle. I mean, you don't need to do a lot there to have a great time.
I'll also bring up Macy Rasmussen from Chesapeake, Virginia.
Macy's 16 years old, attends Liberty University Online Academy, so she is homeschooled, gets to practice golf a lot.
So many of these young players do that. Most of the players in this field from Colorado do that. Obviously, there's not much golf you play in Colorado this time of year. Beautiful swing here by Macy. And nicely done. Pin high, just left.
Yeah, one of the better shots we've seen here today.
Indeed. Krishni Elwin, the 2027 white hat.
Yeah, let's see if we can dial one in here for Krishni.
Taking her time with this one. That wind changed on her a little bit. She stepped off of it for half a second here, and now she's going to give it a go.
17-year-old.
Puts a full send on this one, likes it. Holsters the club, and a beautiful shot gets onto that top tier.
Oh, what a shot there, Nick.
Oh, that is one of the better ones of the day, Steve. Absolute perfect. Mentioned earlier, hole-in-one on number 7 today. Still waiting to see who that was that got it, but an ace already here at Ponte Vedra. Not a cloud in the sky. Chamber of Commerce day if it was just a smidge warmer and and maybe just a little less windy.
Yeah, no doubt about that.
For all those Stranger Things fans out there, yesterday it was the upside down. Today it's the right side up. All right, so that final group of the first wave of women who went off of that 10T at 9:30 makes their way to 18 here. It's Irwin, Riquetto, and Rasmussen. Well, they're going to take a couple different looks at this one here, that's for sure.
Yeah, we've got 3 putters in our hand, though.
That's not bad.
A little different than we haven't seen too many.
I think we've seen that just
with
yet.
all the players on the putting surface here. So, all right, this group wins the gold star here. Yeah, this is the toughest putt of the trio here up the slope. This is some 3 feet up the slope here. This is quite a rise. Getting the proper pace is very challenging on this one.
Oh,
pretty well done. That'll be a little
bad.
knee knocker there from 2.5 feet, though.
Yeah, but a good attempt up that hill for Rasmussen. That putt has proved to be tricky. That one I do see when it's on the right side of the cup in the bottom of that ravine seems to be an easier putt than when it's on the left side of that cup down in that ravine. Eriqueto. She'll be next up to play. This is her attempt at birdie. She's going to take a look at it from halfway. All right, so Eriqueto steps up, takes a quick look. Elwin doing the aim point. Eriqueto, this is for a birdie.
Yeah, it's just going to slide on by right there. This are a couple heroes. Michelle Holmes is her coach, and Maria Jose Uribe, a great woman golfer.
Yes. This is Elwin.
All right, Krishni Elwin lists one of her favorite players is Tommy Fleetwood on the men's tour, and he is super accurate, and she was very accurate with this approach. Can she pay off the birdie right here? Yes. Really solidly done right there. That was the best tee shot we've seen all day right there, just underneath the hole, perfect position. And Krishni Elwin pays it off with the deuce. Just a little tap in here. All right. That was a nice, easy 3 right there. And this will be another tap in for this trio. All right, a 2 and a pair of 3s here for this trio. This was the last of the girls group. All right, you can see as the boys work their way through 137 yards here. This is the first group that teed off on the first hole here at 8 o'clock this morning. It was a frigid 42 degrees when they were warming up, and wind chill a lot colder than that. It's Alexis Rouleau, James Nagel, and Kaylin Drum.
That's Nagel.
Ponte Vedra Beach resident. And that looked like it bounced over the green to the right. That may be an interesting situation over there. I'll have to get some eyes on that ball.
Caden Drum, final to play in this first group. These guys, I know, Steve, you were just saying, teed off at 8 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, I'm sure they're probably going to be ready to grab some lunch and get into the warmth. I'm sure their bones are pretty cold right now.
A little bit of sun warming them up right now.
Yeah, I guess when you're moving around, though, I mean, we've been standing here, but I guess when you're moving around and you're carrying a bag and
But if Caden is still rocking a winter hat, it can't be that warm. Ooh, nice shot here. The only one to find the green out of this group is Caden Drum from Marietta, Georgia, the 2026. All right, so it might be an interesting shot for Alexis Rolou of Montreal, Canada. I'm not sure how far he's gotten that back there, but he's looking at a lofted club. Looks like he might be okay. He might be just on the fringe, or just possibly in that rough. James Nagel, he is either over that trap or just in it. We'll get a look at him, and it was Caden Drum who found himself safely aboard.
And Nagel looks like he is making a blasting sort of motion over there.
David Hasselhoff.
Yeah.
Beach it is.
But that's going to be the toughest of the three right there, without question.
Well, it's sloping back at you, bit of a ridge. That green's going to fall off a little.
Yeah, it looks like Nagel, Rouleau's going to go then.
Yeah, Rouleau will be first to play.
Plenty of room to chip and run it. That's got to take a seat, though.
That needs to sit down. Brakes.
Oh, boy.
Flaps. Ooh, I'd hustle with my mark.
Right on the edge of that
I'm not
slope
sure
right
I'd be
there.
waiting right now.
No.
Is it etiquette enough to make a light jog across the green?
Yeah, it looks like it's going to stay, but it's a tough one. Now, James Nagel here, he looked like he had the full Flopodopoulos going on this one on the practice motions here.
It is a full flop.
Yeah, that's the high-risk shot right there, and that's kind of the last resort shot. And until you hit enough of those where you leave them short of the green, you don't really realize that. And so but those things come with experience.
I don't use that F word at all in the game of golf. It's just not in the bag, Steve. You can help me out with that flop at some point.
The
flop.
Yeah, the flop.
Oh,
yeah,
no, sir.
That's the one F word we can say.
Well, I mean, I say a lot of F words on the golf course, but flop isn't one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah. If I would try a flop.
What, you say four?
Yeah,
too much?
that's it. Well, that is.
Is that what you got too much?
That one's
Okay.
in there too.
All right, just making sure. Okay.
It's a good thing I can talk about golf.
Yeah, it can be a very challenging game, and
Yes,
what
it
these
is.
players, it's all experience. These guys and young women are getting great experience playing in different situations and different. Maybe this is the first time they played in really cold weather to
Sure,
start the day.
sure. All right, this is Nagel. Oh goodness, that has to sit down. Uh-oh. Wow. That barely stayed on that ledge, Steve. And
Yeah, very fortunate right there. And, you know, for some of them, maybe this is the first time they've played in front of any cameras.
Sure.
Or any, you know, they come up, they walk by us up here,
Sure.
and you know, it adds just a little element
Absolutely.
of nerves. But it's the greatest thing that they can do, because it's just going to provide, you know, the great experience that they're going to need. This is all, they're just gaining experience. This is, you know, they say when you don't get what you want, you get experience. And so he's getting some experience right now.
got cameras in their faces.
Yeah, how do you maintain your composure? I mean, it's a big
tough.
important thing.
Big tournament, one of the last big ones of the year. Steve Scott announcing you on the green. I mean, come on, that's a lot going on there.
Oh, I don't intimidate many people. All right, James Nagel here. This for the bogey. After the second shot flop didn't reach the green, and then the third shot with the chip ran well by. This for the bogey, working back up the hill. Will he be able to judge? Got wind working from left to right, but the slope of the green works a little from right to left, so we've seen most players miss this left. And there's another missing at left as well. That will be a big fat 5. There's another F word for you, Nick. The 5. That was not the score he anticipated when he was on the tee.
Well, I mean, he had that difficult chip, and the frustration there clearly carried over, Steve. Caden Drum here.
Let's see if Caden can read this putt properly. And he too misses it left. Everybody has missed it on that left side. They're all seeing the same exact
We
thing.
definitely need to take a look at that. I would love to know what exactly that pin looks like, and when we get a break or tomorrow, we'll have to get a look at where that second pin placement is and just get a better sense of it.
All right, that will do it for their round right there.
All right, hats are off, the hands are shook. Not the way that Nago really wanted to finish.
Yeah.
All right, so next group, making some decisions here. It seems like some indifference on the tee box here. Not quite sure exactly what they're going with.
I almost think this is a harder shot, because the farther back this tee is set, that's where the home that borders the teeing ground up there, it blocks the wind more. When the tee is forward with the young women at 121 yards versus 137 yards, they're feeling the wind just a little bit more there. So it's interesting where you position yourself on the tee can affect how much you can judge.
Caden Brantley be first to play.
from Starkville, Mississippi.
This one's gone a little to the right. Caden Brantley finds a no in the dead center. Started right, moved left into that wind, so he's just pinned high left.
Yeah, that's the shot right there. Little past hole high, up on that top terrace. That is where you want to be.
All right, next up, another one of those Colorado kids. This is Billy Verstrati out of Lone Tree, Colorado. Callaway next athlete, Foresight next athlete.
Going to be going to school nearby.
Jacksonville University commit. And he's safely aboard on the top tier of the screen, just left of center.
Yeah, good solid shot right there.
I happen to know that one well. Seen that shot once or twice over the last 17 years there, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
Joseph Vardabeden out of Crofton, Maryland. All right, a little on the left-hand side. He'll find that fringe. That'll maybe roll back, but not just quite enough. So puttable for sure, but a tough one, long and uphill. We saw that earlier with Jack Carter from Colorado. He had a very similar putt. I don't mind you mentioning that. He's related. All right, so two safely aboard. Joseph Vardabedian will putt first. He's just off left.
And Vardabedian's from Crofton, Maryland, attends the DeMatha Catholic High School.
Obviously, this is a putt, I would assume. I mean, do you chip that from there?
No, I think this is a putter all day. I think it's these lies, when they're matted down here in this Bermuda in this time of year in the overseed, I think you take without overseed, you take the putter most every time. There's just not a lot of cushion underneath the ball, so it'll roll like a putt.
Well, he's going with the putt, obviously. Gonna have to put some oomph onto this one. Not bad from there.
Yeah, it's really nice pace.
Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah, a couple feet by, but from that distance, that was pretty nicely judged.
He'll throw a mark on it.
Yeah, Joseph's favorite thing to do when he's not playing golf is to hang out with his dogs.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. I'm a big dog guy, Steve.
Yeah.
I like dogs. How can you not?
Yeah, dogs are
Loyal, cuddly, most part friendly. Billy Verstrati checking the aim point. He'll go last. His tee shot was closest. It'll be Caden Brantley to putt next.
All right, let's see if you can finish this round off the right way. Right, you just love to make a nice 2. Always looks good on the scorecard.
All right, here's Brantley for birdie.
Nice hold to the finish.
And he got
oh,
it.
What a putt that was.
A birdie for Brantley and an education for Verstrati. Let's see if Billy learned anything.
Is he a good student?
4.0 student, actually, Steve.
I know you. There's a little bit of a relation there.
There's a little bit of a relation there. Billy, I'm lucky enough to be his godfather. Honest privilege. This will be the first time I've gotten to announce him playing golf. Has this for birdie.
How cool is that?
Very special. Oh, that would have been even more special. Billy Verstrati, a little tap in for par. Good hole for young Verstrati. Vardabidian will be next to play.
Joseph Vardabidian, the 2027 class of, so he's a junior in high school right now. Little downhill slider. Yep. That's a good way to finish. Good solid 2-putt there from all the way across the green. And they'll shake hands, the customary completion of every round. And they'll go grab some lunch and maybe get in the warm weather of the clubhouse for a moment. All right, incoming here. It'll be on the left edge of the green there. This is the trio of Grant Odom from Statesboro, Georgia, Charlie Hipp from St. John's, Florida, right nearby, and Cooper Franklin from immediately nearby, right here, Ponte Vedra Beach, Florida. A couple juniors in high school, and Cooper Franklin is a senior.
This will be Charlie Hipp up next. He's a fantastic young man. Had a chance to get to know him at the St. Augustine Amateur.
Yeah, there's something about the last hole. You really want to put a good pass on it. Give yourself a good visual for going into tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, make a 2 if you can. This one's pulled left, though. That's going to be just in the fringe on the left-hand side.
Right.
Stay out of the bunker, though, so that will be okay. But not the best strike there for Charlie. It's got to be Grant Odom right here, just north of the border here in Florida, Statesboro, Georgia. This one also hanging left. Yep, those 3 players will be basically doing the same thing, hanging out on that left side. See if they can 2-putt from across the green. Yes, good scoring, tough to come by today. The leader on the boys' side is only 1 under par right now. Even par, 1 over par, right in the ball game here. Nobody is taking it too deep here in round 1 of the Elite Invitational here at the Ponte Vedra Inn and Club. Just a very windy day. You're just trying to hang around the lead. Nobody's separating themselves, though, today as of yet.
A lucky Charlie Hip, 2027.
All right, this trio of players here will try to figure things out on that left side. A couple balls in the fringe there, so I anticipate those players will use the flat stick there to roll it.
This wind has had now moments this afternoon of dying down. It kicks up, but I would say this morning it was a little bit more consistent. Today, now toward this afternoon, we've seen a little bit of a let off.
Yeah,
At least there's moments of reprieve.
Yeah, I like your optimism. I do.
Yeah,
I do.
I'm trying here. Glass half full, and whatnot. Ponies and roses, and Charlie Hip going with the lofted club here.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised at this one, to be completely honest with you.
so.
He must be so good with his short game. He must be very confident.
This is one of my favorite players in the field, if I'm allowed to have one. Just an absolute wonderful young man, pleasant, personable, and just he was the last guy on the driving range, last guy on the putting green yesterday. Going wedge here. How about this?
Yes, very
How
confident.
about this from Charlie Hip? Not too shabby for the young man.
Yeah, that was a show of confidence right there. So you always see what's going on inside somebody's head when they select a shot like that. He didn't need to play that by any means. He could have putted that one very easily, but very comfortable with that one, and it showed.
Yeah, and getting to know Charlie over the last few weeks here, he oozes confidence. We've had a chance to interview him a few times, and it's always just a very put together demeanor.
Mm-hmm.
How about this from just off the green?
Cooper Franklin there.
Not too shabby. And then another local, as you mentioned, Ponte Vedra Beach. Imagine he's done this a time or two here.
No doubt. And then Cooper's going to just tap in for his 3, get out of the way, finish his round. I like the look of this Grant Odom here. He's got a little bit of like a Bo Hostler, Keith Mitchell sort of vibe going on with that visor. Not a whole lot of people can rock the visor, but he is doing it.
I like it.
Very sharply dressed. Look good, feel good, play good.
Look good, feel good, feel good, play good. Yes, sir.
That's the motto right there.
I don't know if I can rock a visor. I don't think I could. I don't have the hair for it.
Yeah, you got to have the right size noggin too. That's important.
That's a big thing. Forehead factors in.
That's from across the green, trying to get up to that hole, but it's going to come up a little short.
A little bit short there. Maybe it was the visor. Feel a little too much heat on the head.
He has not lost his turn.
Three worst words in golf.
You still away.
You are still away. You're still away. Cleaning it up here. Finds it.
Yeah, I like how steady he stood over that putt. I mean, that's a big secret. If you start moving your head around at all, then your shoulders move, and then your path of your putter gets thrown off. But that was a very steady effort right there from Grant.
Yeah, nicely done. This leaves Charlie Hip for his par. Nice little chip from the rough after his tee shot was just left of the green. No problem there for Charlie Hip, and that'll wrap it up for group number 3. You gotta love the visor look. As we work through the final few groups of the men's wave who went off the number 1 tee, finishing their 18.
Two good solid shots here. This one maybe hanging right. No, that one's a little deep, right over the flagstick, though.
Little deep.
That had to look really good from the tee. Just one too many clubs on that one.
Sure, the go-in was being set on the tee box. That one looked just about perfect probably from there. All right, so the group of Will Hang, Danny Welly, and Andrew Ciartino. Couple good shots here. Danny Welly taking a look at it from the ravine forward on that backside. That is Andrew Ciartino. He's going to take another look around at it as well. So Ciartino finds himself off the back.
This one could be coming down the hill, working left to right. Yeah, I would agree to you. The wind is trying to die down just a little bit, so I don't think the wind will have that much of an effect on this putt.
Here's Ciartino's attempt. This is a birdie.
Take a seat.
Yeah, it didn't sit and it didn't move right either, Steve.
From Brentwood, Tennessee. A senior.
All right, next up it's Hill Wong out of Hacienda Heights, California. This is his crack. That a birdie. Oh, didn't move again. Just stayed high of the hole and just trickles past.
Lists Minwoo Lee as a player in his dream foursome.
All right. Were you in that as well?
In what?
The dream foursome.
Oh, no.
No.
No. Maybe the nightmare foursome.
I'm in that list. That's 100% accurate.
All right, this one. Let's see if anybody can read. Let's see if Danny Welly can read this putt.
This is for birdie.
Properly. Yes, this was a great shot in here. Oh,
Nope.
the first one to miss it on the right-hand
It is
side.
the first one to miss it on the right-hand side.
Yep.
They've been left most of the day, but I'll take a quick look at this one and give it a little tap in. All right.
Yeah, it feels like definitely a shot squandered here on the last, though.
Yeah, that's a tough one on 18.
Yeah, those are the ones you remember overnight.
Yeah.
So you can bet he's going to go probably practice a few on the green later today, trying to just get that out of his mind.
Yeah. Left a little bit left here for par, Steve.
Yeah, this one slid by.
Oh.
There's always a little extra pressure on this last hole to try to
last putt, finish strong.
get the round into the clubhouse. We'll see if we can clean this one up. All right, time for the handshakes. They will work their way off and go find some lunch here in the early goings of the afternoon. 2 p.m. here almost on the East Coast as these players work their way off the green. All right, well, we've got the next trio here. This was the fifth group off the first tee, 8:36 time. Ledger Conley, Cheyenne Kim, and Maxwell Morgan.
Yeah, it looks like Ledger Conley's going to be the first to play here. He had a good showing at the St. Augustine Amateur a couple of weeks ago. A fellow Jacksonville University commit, along with the young man we saw from Colorado, Billy Verstrati. Both of them actually going to be roommates next year as freshmen at Jacksonville. Ledger Conley away, hits a nice one here, and he's about pin high, just left, right in the center of the green. Nice shot on the top of that ledge.
Yeah, good distance control there with the crosswind, trying to judge how much that wind is really going to maneuver that golf ball over to the right. You just don't want to miss the screen over to the right. Not a lot of good is happening on the right.
Maxwell Morgan from Jacksonville Beach, 2028. He'll be next up to play.
And it's always nice to see a good shot right before you've hit. Maxwell Morgan get a good picture in his mind of what he's trying to do here. A good aggressive swing.
Maxwell Morgan's ball's away. And he finds himself left of Ledger Conley, still on that top tier, just left of center, pin high. And the final to play is Cheyenne Kim of Rockledge, Florida, 2027.
Yeah, Cheyenne Kim, 16-year-old.
May have made a small error. I believe this is Ledger Conley. A little help from the gallery. And we've seen that before.
All three on the surface, though.
All three on the surface. That was near where young Jack Carter was earlier today on this hole. Is that where you were? I was right there. Yeah. We still good?
He's going to talk about that. He had that. Jack had that.
All right, back with you here at the 18th hole, which is normally the 9th hole at Ponte Vedra In Club. Nick Gismondi alongside Steve Scott. Baby Grand's coverage of the 6th annual Elite Invitational. And a few special guests, Steve, who happen to have very similar putts just a little while ago. Jack Carter and Billy Verstrati joining us in just a moment here. And we'll start with this putt down here in the gully. That's going to be Ledger Conley, and it's a putt that Jack Carter had earlier on in the day today. Jack, thanks so much for taking the time.
Yeah, it's a slow putt up the hill. Kind of breaks pretty hard to the right, and then once you get above that tier, just straightens out a little bit and picks up a little bit of pace.
What's the most challenging part of this green? Not even just this green, but all the greens out here at the Ponte Vedra Inn and Club.
I mean, it's just you kind of have like a 15-foot landing area, maybe 10 foot. And if you're not on that landing area, you either have a downhill slider or something straight up the hill with a lot of break. If you miss the green, it's not an easy up and down. I'd say that.
What is Ledger looking at? And we'll get to Billy in just a moment when his putt he just had moments ago comes up. But if you're Ledger right now, where might the conundrum be in terms of what he's thinking about on this putt?
He's probably thinking about mainly just speed control. That's kind of the key on this putt is get it within inside of a 3-foot circle, especially up the hill like that. It'd be a solid putt for sure.
All right, this is Ledger Conley. Steve for birdie.
Yeah, let's see. Most people have missed this on the left. As Jack just said, that it straightens out so much as it goes up that hill. It's got to go.
Needs a little bit more to it, and that's what we've seen on that putt, Steve. It's been the pace up there that's been the nemesis.
Yeah, it's the downwind, uphill nature of the putt. You're trying to figure out how much will that wind maybe propel the ball up there, and players are kind of overestimating how much that wind will actually help it.
It's a tricky green. All right, it'll be Max Morgan of Jacksonville Beach. He's next up to play. His attempted birdie as well. And this is Max Morgan's home course, so he knows it well. Got to see him in the practice round. I'm sure he's had this putt more than once. All right, here's Max Morgan for birdie. Moving a little to the right. Does he have the pace?
Oh, great speed. That one just burned the edge.
And that brings up Cheyenne Kim, and we bring in Billy Verstrati, who had this putt just about 20 minutes or so ago. Billy, what's the plan on this one?
Yeah, with the consistent winds today, the greens have really picked up speed and firmness throughout the day. It was about 20 feet straight uphill, goes a little bit from his left to right. I missed mine a little to the right. Broke a little bit more than I had. I'd say as about a ball out.
And he's just missed shortly there. Billy, you just played 18 on this golf course. You had a practice round the day before yesterday when the weather conditions were tricky. Did the wind factor today?
Yeah, the wind. I thought the wind was a big factor today, especially coming down the stretch. Tournament director Mason Carmel had flipped the nines because of that, and thought it was a good idea. Just come down the stretch. Last 5 holes are straight into the wind and fairly long, so I thought that stretch definitely played a little hard.
3 days of this golf tournament, and we'll take a look at your teammate here and future roommate, Ledger Conley. Why don't you take us through this one?
This is, I think, on a similar line that I had earlier. It's going to be fairly straight, pretty quick, just going to his right a little bit.
It's like this little path. It's like a.
Cash money.
Ledger Conley for par.
He might take a couple dollars off you in the on the putting green there with that stroke.
He might take our job here shortly.
Yeah. All right, maybe we need to start having a putt better.
Billy, Jacksonville, Florida, about to be your home for the next 4 years. You've had a few weeks here now. You were at the St. Augustine, and obviously had a chance to come and visit. What is it about this area of Florida and this part of the country that you're looking most forward to?
I'm looking forward to mostly the weather, and the golf is just fairly different from back home, but I'm just looking forward to the team and the culture and mainly the area.
We talk about it so much, but the culture of your team evident at the St. Augustine. You and Ledger will be roommates next year. Can you just talk about the excitement to have someone like that who you became kind of instant friends with as someone you're going to spend a very important time in your life with?
Yeah, I'm really excited. He's got a good game, played well today, I'm pretty sure, and it's gonna be fun.
Billy, we love it. We'll let you hang out with your teammate, but thanks for joining us and good luck the rest of the way.
All right.
That's okay, man. Yeah, right there. So he's hitting right. Yeah, right there.
Rollins Sutter, first to play.
Yeah, a little southpaw here.
A lot of lefties in this tournament.
Oh, and he's hit a great shot right
Steve,
there, just
how
on the
about
right
that?
fringe. That's only 12 feet from the hole, though.
And that's a puttable one. Obviously, we talked about that earlier. That's not a chipper. Bear Dolander out of Savannah, Georgia will be next up.
And from here, he looks like a bear. He looks big.
That's a large caliber human, as they would say.
Yep, another lefty.
I know the next one. He's not a lefty. Oof. Put a big hit on this one.
Yeah, that ball should have some spin with that
It
speed,
will.
and it does.
It's going to come right down into that ravine. Very nice of Jack Carter and Billy Restrati to join us after the rounds. A little insight there, Steve.
Yeah, pretty cool to get the insight of players who, they spent the whole day on this golf course trying to get us inside the brain of what you're trying to do when you're standing on these greens and trying to hit these shots around here and execute a good score.
This is Miles Cool from Colorado. Puts a good swing on it. Remember, he started off on a hot lead. He was up by 3 birdies and 4 shots, and then it fell off after that. And I believe he's found the bunker on the right.
Brandon.
All right, Steve. Well, Miles Cool, he just walked past us. Another Colorado kid that I've had the distinct pleasure of watching grow up since he was about 5. He's a San Diego State commit. Went into the bunker, walked past me, and I was just about, 5 over through my last 4.
Yeah, I think that's what Verstrati and Conley were talking about a moment ago. I mean, being back into the wind so much on these holes coming in.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're trying to get the round into the house, and it's just increasingly hard. You'd love a couple of those to be downwind. Now this one coming out of the bunker.
Oh, and he's jarred it.
That
Miles
is what we
Cool.
came to see.
Well, you know what? I'll tell you what. Get one back, and you'll take it.
That was a sporty play from the beach right there.
We've seen a lot out of the sand from that side today, and Miles Cool finds a way to get one back after a tough stretch down the final few holes here.
Yeah, he was 3 under early, but it looks like he'll shoot 4 over par for the day, which, look, it's not out of any contention at all. I mean, on a day like this, the players are only, even par. 1 under is the best score right now, so actually 2 under par, but nobody's breaking away from the field today.
Well, I mean, it's day one. We talked about that earlier, Steve. You can't win it on day one. You can play your way out of it, but most of these players coming in right around the +6, +4, +5.
Yeah, I mean, there's no question. One over par is in the top 10 right now.
Yeah, you're in good shape.
So, yeah, 3, 4 overs is not out of anything.
Look at this opportunity up the hill that just will miss for a tap-in par.
Barely missed it.
Oh, come on, let's go. There's the Steve Scott I was hoping for. That's like 3 today, partner.
I got more dad jokes than you can shake a stick at.
That's not bad right there. I think Miles Cool was hoping for a bear hug.
Yeah, he hit a pretty cool shot.
This one for birdie, just off the fringe.
Yeah, we haven't seen this putt made. You just have to hit it more delicately than you want to. And
Sutter for birdie. Finds one.
Couple birdies here in this trio. There you go.
And
That's a
it's
first for today.
been a minute since we saw a couple on the same hole.
That is a great way to finish. This is Yager Payne here from Ontario, Canada. Excuse me, Jagger.
Yeah, it's Jagger.
Like Mick Jagger.
Jagger Payne.
That is a cool name.
It is a cool name.
If I could get it right. There we
Nice
go.
Spinny little shot there for Jagger Payne.
That was moves like Jagger. Great approach shot right there. That will be a perfect leave for the birdie 2 here to finish here on the par 3 18th. All right, another lefty. There's 4 of the last 6 lefties coming through here.
I feel like it's
I've never seen so many lefties play a golf tournament right here.
It's an abnormal amount of lefties.
Is Mason Carmel, did he sift this through first? I mean, he should have put all the lefties in the same group.
I don't think he's a lefty.
It is remarkable. I don't know if I've ever seen it.
So only one finds the green here. All right, Steve. Well, getting a little insight now as some of the players trickle through, and we've been doing this long enough to have some relationships and get information. So it's really been 5, 6, 7, 8 that have been the toughest 4 holes on this golf course. And we'll talk about them here in just a moment, but that is where most people are finding struggles. I just talked to Miles Cool, who just chipped in for that birdie. He said that's where it got tricky for him. Billy Verstrati mentioned the same thing, and Nicholas Brooks also, just having a chance to chat with him, said he was humming along until 5, 6, 7, and 8.
Mm-hmm.
That's where he picked up 4 bogeys.
I mean, in the last 4 holes, there are 3. You got 3 of the toughest of the top 4 toughest holes in the last 4 holes of this golf course.
And when I say 5, 6, 7, 8, we obviously that's on the backside.
Yeah, so the 15th hole is ranked 3rd most difficult. The 16th hole is the 1st most difficult, and the 17th hole is 4th most difficult. So this is their one little respite here right at the very end.
It's a par 5 or a par 4, a par 4. Obviously, we finished.
Yeah, they're all par 4s. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Interestingly enough, you talk to most of these players, they're shooting 4, 5, 6 over. They're not discouraged by it here on day number 1 because really you're still in contention with those scores.
Yeah, I mean the par is 70, so the average score right now is 75.6.
Yep.
So to your point, I mean, there's your middle ground right there, 75.
Absolutely.
So it's proven to be very difficult. And yeah, I mean today is the day to just try to, don't blow up too much. Give yourself a shot to shoot a low one tomorrow and the next 2 days.
All right, as this group looks to finish out their round here. Chase Birdwell taking a good long look at it here, Steve.
Yes, he is. And this one in perfect position to hold the putt right here. Not a ton of break right here. If anything, it just hangs to the left near the hole.
Mm-hmm.
And that's another one missed. 99% of the players have missed it on that side.
I would really love to grab a putter when this is done and go see exactly how tricky that shot is, truly.
Yeah, maybe we'll go do that. I think we'll do that.
Jagger Payne, next up from Ontario.
And he's got that same putt. Let's see. This one, I bet you he makes this one knowing that he just saw what he just saw.
Mm-hmm. Free education. Look at you.
Yeah.
Done this before.
I've done this before. That's
that's a pro move right there.
73 from
calls us on the
Jagger,
on the make probability.
Jagger Payne right there. No, that's just you give good players a free look. You know, you put them on full scholarship right there, and they're going to take advantage.
Another visor, Austin Perkins from West Hartford, Connecticut, with this opportunity now here. Oh, I mean, he's missed it where everybody else has. I'll just have to clean that up at the end. All right, Steve, well, some heavy hitters in this group, that's for sure. Sage Bradshaw from Bluffton, South Carolina, first up, and some accomplishments amongst this threesome.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Sage is going to be attending Wake Forest University in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. That's my neck of the woods, actually.
How about that?
And that one has missed the green. It's just a wedge shot here. These players they definitely have not dialed it in overall today.
Luke Greencamp, he's up next, and he had a big win this year.
Yeah, the Rolex Tournament of Champions. That is a huge event on the AJGA circuit. Right over top of the flagstick, about 30 feet past. Yeah, that is a monster victory, though.
And I'm not sure how he got into this tournament, but next up it's Zach Johnson out of Maple Grove, Minnesota.
Not the former Ryder Cup captain.
It's not that Zach Johnson?
Not the Masters and the Open champion.
Goodness,
no.
I was wondering if Mason was letting some exceptions in on this event. So a different Zach Johnson. No gallery was probably a dead giveaway. Nonetheless, a heck of a name in golf. And this is his tee shot. Pin high, but a little bit left of center of the green. More on that left side entirely.
All right, Sage Bradshaw here from Bluffton, South Carolina. He has missed this green over in this right green side bunker here. Looks like he will bring it up first, even though he might be closer than his playing partner to the hole. He's going to... Let's see if he's on the upslope here. Didn't get a good look at how this ball was sitting. Oh, it must have been plugged. Oh, what a break that was right there. Off the flagstick, almost down for a 2. That is a huge, huge break right there. Bad luck off the tee, good luck on the second. Just a huge, huge break right there for Bradshaw. It looks like Luke Ringkamp will be up next. Pepperdine University he is committed to. Palm Desert, California. He's going to stay out there, out west. Got him at 1 over par for his round, so he's right in there. 2 under par right now. He's leading the way on the boys division. This downhill working from left to right, a little speedy around the hole. And that's one of the better judgments of pace right there from all the way on the back edge of the green. That will be a relatively elementary par. And last but not least in this trio for their second, this is birdie putt here for Zachary Johnson, Maple Grove, Minnesota. He was 2 over par. So hanging right in there. None of these players really blowing themselves out of contention here in the early goings of this Elite Invitational here, the 6th annual Elite Invitational. Ooh, that one's got to take a seat. That one's going to be a knee-knocking 3.5, 4-footer coming back for Zachary. The #1 player in the state of Minnesota.
Steve, we do have to give a shout out to Sugar Mill Construction. They should be working right now, but I've gotten multiple messages from them that they're not. They're instead, on a significantly extended lunch break listening to you and I commentating golf here today from Ponte Vedra.
There you go. Yeah, thank you.
So
Sugar Mill.
Yeah, my condolences to whoever's project that is. It will be slightly delayed.
Yeah, they can work another night.
It's fine. Vested interest in the broadcasting of golf. The folks at Sugar Mill, we thank you for your support.
And rock solid comebacker there for Zachary Johnson to finish up 2 over par.
Zach Johnson?
Yes. Zachary.
Ah, there's the difference. Steve, a unique opportunity to sort of station up here on hole number 18 today, and can't thank you enough for being part of the broadcast and, of course, part of the Baby Grand family. And as these guys wrap up, so many exciting things coming up for Baby Grand. You were at the North and South for some really cool moments, and now we have an opportunity to be part of the Elite. The Donald Ross is coming up for us just after Christmas. Some very other massive, exciting announcements. But what's your experience been like here at Baby Grand so far?
Yeah, well, look, we're covering the future of golf right here. We're covering the players who everybody's going to see either in the professional ranks or in the top amateur ranks continuing on, whatever the case may be. I mean, we're seeing the future of golf right here play itself out, and there's nobody else doing it. So it's so great to get a hold of these players, get to know them as well. They've got some great personalities, all the interviews that you've done, and get to understand, what they're about and where they're from, and I think that's the coolest part.
How great is it that even after their rounds, guys are coming up and wanting to come in and jump in on the commentary? I mean, you could just, the vibe is strong, and I think it's amazing how much people love Baby Grand and how much they're attaching to it.
Yeah, look, it's covering this. There's such a hole in the coverage of junior golf, collegiate golf, and we're going to fill it.
We are going to fill it.
It's super fun to be out here and get to know these players before the whole rest of the world does, honestly.
Yeah. And just about 8 groups left to play here today. A few more of the men's groups, and then we'll finish off the women's group. We'll have some more coverage for you coming up over the course of the next 2 days, so stick with us on that. And if I can talk Steve into it, we'll have a little wrap-up here later in the evening once the dust is settled, and we can take a small break and grab a bite to eat and maybe a beverage or so. This is Grant DiLorenzo, Baron Mundy, and Austin Cron.
Yeah, a couple Canadians in that group, Baron Mundy and Austin Cron.
Big contingent.
Yeah, good aggressive swing right here. Eyeing it down. Oh, good solid strike. Gets it hole high. Right to the shadow of the top of the flag there.
We've been out on the wind for so long, I can't tell if it's dying, picking up. I have no concept necessarily of where it's at.
I think if anything, we're a little bit less, but it's still affecting the golf shots for sure all day. It's the coolness of the breeze. It's definitely affecting all of these shots right here, but most of the time this hole is just left or right wind. As these players work their way, they're just trying to finish this round off in a good, solid fashion. We'll have 2 great opportunities for birdie out of this trio. All right, well, we've got another player. That right greenside bunker has got some serious action going on today. And that would be Austin Cron over there on the right, has missed this green. Hard to tell from my vantage point if he's in the bunker or not. But a challenging Short game shot awaits for Austin from Christina Lake, British Columbia. 2027 class. So a junior in high school right now. Let's see what Austin Cron can do here.
We've seen this before.
Oh, that one just sailed out of that lie right there. He might have been better off in the bunker. We've seen some shots. The ones that haven't been in the bunker, the ones that have been in the rough, have really been more problematic to judge than the bunker shots. So not a good approach shot right there to finish, and that will be a long 30-footer for par for Austin. He's pieced together a great round today, too. He's even par through 16 holes. And not finishing exactly the way he would envisioned. The leading score on the boys' side right now is only 2 under par, so there's nothing, no players really taking it too deep out there. That would be Braden Forte, finished at 2 under par. He is a solo leader right now.
If you're in the middle of the pack, if you look up and down this leaderboard with some double-digit numbers towards the bottom, Steve, and you look at what might need to happen tomorrow, where do you say the cutoff is when you're out of the mix at this point, or can you even say that on day one?
I don't think. I think the fact that you know these players are gonna they're gonna play, they're gonna repair tomorrow. I mean, anything. You know, par 70, so anything 74 or better is right in the mix.
Mm-hmm.
There's only 2 players under par, Nick.
Right.
So, I mean, it shows you how difficult this golf course is playing. And it's only about 67-50 as far as the yardage goes. It's not a long golf course, but the wind has made some holes very long and very challenging.
I think you could see some players go on some runs tomorrow now that they've got this first round under their belt as well. Again, some guys coming down the stretch said it was a little tricky, but they were able to wheel it back. So it should be interesting to see.
You know, the score for Austin Cron update, he bogeyed the 17th hole, and then he also is going to bogey 18. So he's going to shoot 72 today. So didn't finish as solidly as he would have liked. This is going to be Grant DiLorenzo here. This is for birdie. Look out.
Got it.
Tweet, tweet, baby.
Definitely some long birdies on this hole we've seen.
Yeah, that's the spot to putt from right there. We've seen a lot of putts. There's not a ton of break there, and it's slightly back up the hill, so the players can feel comfortable about hitting the proper pace.
Absolutely.
Baron Mundy here. This also to shoot 72 if this was to go. Oh, great finish right there.
Yeah, you got to like that. That feels good when you can finish off like that. The hats come off and the hands get shook. We'll take a slight pause as a moderate. No, I guess not. They're walking up to the tee right now. I thought we might have had a little gap in between. But we'll have that second to final group of the men coming up in just a moment.
On to right now, White House insurance.
So one short down in that ravine, one on that left-hand side. And I believe this brings up Asher Katz.
Yeah, from Winter Garden, Florida, right near Orlando.
Just a great kid, massive for 14 years old.
May have missed the green on the right-hand side there, it appears.
I believe so, which is the standard miss on this hole.
I'm going to go check that lie out.
All right.
All right, buddy, we hook up. Come here. Sit beside me, Daddy. Open up those broadcasters. Now. I'm happy to help you with this. Keep her up. Where's that? Oh, I'll think about it.
All right, so Asher Katz finds himself down in that little bit of a gully. Such a phenomenal young player he is. It's been fun to watch. Asher Katz in the black hat, the local, has been just a real privilege. Watched him play at the St. Augustine. Was battling a little bit of a tight back, not from injury, just because of the weather out there, and he still managed to put together a good round. My partner, Steve Scott, stretching as we speak. It's a lot of standing, partner.
Yeah, it's good. It's good for you. That does not kill you, makes you stronger.
Yes, sir.
And you know, this lie right here, I got a good look at this lie over here. And this is a nasty Bermuda lie right here. This ball is sitting down. The top of the ball is at where the top of the grass is. So it's sitting all the way down. I mean, if he can get this ball within 5 or 6 feet, it would be a great, great shot.
Yeah, I do feel like we have seen a lot of the same thing today in a lot of different regards.
Yeah, you could chunk this ball very easily. You could hit this ball a little skinny very easily. This is not a simple golf shot at all.
All hands team right here if you can put this thing close. Ball's away, lands it just on the fringe. This could be amazing.
Oh, that is a phenomenal golf shot from the lie that I saw. That thing was like Frankenstein's big fat foot just jammed it into the ground.
That's 5 solid references by you today.
There's more. We got two more days. I'm going to have to write some more down, though. I think I've exceeded my quota today.
Impressive. Absolutely impressive. All right, so Asher Cat's going to take a good long look at this one. Asher's a 28. He looks like he's 22 years old.
Yeah.
And if you give Asher a hug, he's as solid as a rock.
Yeah. They're growing them pretty big these days.
Indeed. Asher Cat's for birdie.
That one. That's where the toughest putts have come from right there.
100%.
You're climbing a hill 3-4 feet tall. Quite a bit of break to it. But, I mean, you think about the age of some of these people, these junior golfers.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Mason Howell, 18 years old, won the U.S. Amateur this year.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, like he's been doing it for years.
Yeah.
And so it's just younger and younger. The PGA Tour is getting younger by the day. So many players coming out and ready to win right away.
Yep. It's nice to see that the athleticism of these kids has followed suit sort of when Tiger took it over and made everybody think it was cool to go into the gym. And now you see some of these young juniors, and they are just absolutely solid as football players.
Yeah, and it's because now the golf coaches and the trainers out there, they know that it's number one, it's a huge business because there's a huge market for, you know, getting all these players at top speed and top physical shape.
Sure.
But I mean, so that's driven the whole thing as well.
Yeah,
I mean, it's not just the players wanting to do it; it's everybody around them knowing that this is what you do.
Right. We can see the practice putting green just beyond the 18 green here, and a lot of these players sticking around and putting some work in. They didn't necessarily get a ton of practice time yesterday because of the conditions, so opportunity to make some hay today on a cloudless day. And the Marine Corps flying sorties over 18 green rapidly.
Must be some up and down. Oh,
Got
yes.
it.
That is an awesome up and down.
How about that?
That lie was so bad. I can't. I mean, I had to stand almost right on top of it to see the ball.
Incredible. It's either the Marines or your ride, Steve.
Yeah, they're not coming to pick me up for anything good. Let's put it that way.
Asher Cat's with a chance here. This is for par. Yes, indeed. No problem for young Asher Cat. So par this one to finish it off. Nicely done by that young man. And what an absolute fantastic young man he is. All right, final group of the men and just a few of the women left to wrap up day number 1 of the Elite Invitational from Ponte Vedra Inn and Club. Glad to have you along here on Baby Grand. All-day coverage. How about that, Steve?
We got them from start to finish
we
here.
got them from start to finish here at the 18th. Typically the 9th on this par 3. Difficult hole, playing for the men about 137. Just a few left to go. Weather's shaped up to be pretty much perfect today. A little slight wind has tested these players. And that breeze, thank goodness it wasn't yesterday. That was the predominant comment yesterday. Thank gosh this wasn't the first round. Nice shot just beyond the pin. That'll hit the fringe and roll on. Just back.
Yeah, a little
right at it.
little downhill slider from there.
We're 100% sure this is the last group. Okay. I'm gonna start heading that way real quick.
One more to play here. Ball's away. And it's just on that left side. Catches a little bit of that ridge. It goes down to the Jack Carter zone, as we're going to name it.
Yeah, that'll be all right there. A couple putts and a chip here upcoming.
Beautiful look at the Ponte Vedra Inn that you see just left of the flag stick there. Certainly a wonderful resort, I'll give them that. It's first class here, decorated for Christmas right now too, which is just stunning.
Yeah, and one thing that's really cool, this is not just an 18-hole facility, Nick. This is a 36-hole facility. This is the Ocean Course, the one they're playing here for the Elite Invitation. They've got the Lagoon Course, where we've seen the members and the hotel guests work by us and over to the first tee there. But they've got 2 golf courses here, and they are 2 excellent golf courses. I mean, this area though. I mean, this was a swampy area. I mean, there was alligators ruled the world right here. 125 years ago or more. And this place was built in 1928, and it's been one of the great resorts in the United States for a long time.
I haven't seen. Is it as not a Floridian? I'm a little bummed I haven't seen any gators. I haven't. I didn't even see any when we were in St. Augustine. They were supposed to be prevalent there, and I never saw one.
It's okay. You want to maybe watch them in pictures. You don't want to get too close to the gators.
Don't go jumping in this lake here.
That's kind of neat. Around the hotel, we were looking last night, and they've got some of the rates that they had posted from the where you would play golf. Golf cost $2 to play back in the mid 1940s. A double room with bath for one person, $16.
Okay.
So
okay,
you might get a drink for that now.
Yeah,
but
not even a full drink.
Maybe a soft drink.
That's a soft drink.
No, but it's really cool history here though.
It's awesome
in this area. Again, we're just 2 miles away from the PGA Tour headquarters, the TPC Sawgrass, just up the road north in Ponte Vedra Beach here.
New home of the Golf Channel here in Ponte Vedra. They've made their way down. The migration from Stamford, Connecticut. And
that one is going to slip on by right there.
Temperature dropping just a little bit here now in the afternoon. Sun's still up there though, Steve. Baking us a little bit. Weather going to consistently improve throughout the rest of this week.
Yeah, it's at least the sun is out. It's keeping the hands pretty warm.
This is the Jack Carter putt, as it will affectionately be forever referred to now.
Working up the slope, left to right, and then it kind of straightens itself out.
It's always been about speed on this putt so far today.
Yeah, most of the players have done just that right there. They've come up 4, 5, 6 feet short.
So what is that? Why is that? Why do you think that is the miss for this? Well, how are they missing? I mean, obviously, these are all great players. They're all missing it about the same distance short.
Yeah, I feel it's a little bit more uphill than they're anticipating.
Okay.
And so it's really killing the speed right off of the putter.
Is that a bad read, or is that indicative of the green speeds right now?
Well, I think the green speeds are, they're up there in the 11s and 12s, so the touch is hard to come by. And this is the last hole. They want to finish the round off well. There's a little extra pressure, I think, on the last hole of every round.
Sure.
Coming down the hill, a little slippery.
Oh, I thought it was going to turn in. Just a little left on this one here. So great to have you all along. I know that I talked to some of the players that were walking off, and they said that some of the players were watching the stream while playing. I'm not sure about that strategy, but hopefully we didn't offend anybody. We've been kind, mostly.
I think so.
Another opportunity, and if you've been watching, you know that hole has been a little slippery. That miss has been on that left-hand side. One more putt to go in this men's group to wrap up their play here on day number 1.
That was a good 2-putt right there.
Very nice 2-putt.
It was good to finish something positive.
All right, so round number 1 concludes for the men here at Ponte Vedra for the 6th Elite Invitational. Director Mason Carmel doing a wonderful job, and that leaves us with just a few of the women's groups left to come in, and that will shortly after conclude our round 1 coverage. We'll be back with the final women's groups in just a moment. All right, the final group of women getting set to come through. Lisa Copeland, Ryan Donaldson, and Elizabeth Guthrie will be first to play on this par 3 18th. For the women, playing at about 121 yards. Just 5 groups left to come through here on this par 3 on a beautiful afternoon in Ponte Vedra, Florida, for the 6th Elite Invitational. Nick Gismondi, Steve Scott, pleasure to have you along here today for our coverage on Baby Grand. Big shout out to our incredible crew pulling off today's live stream in some interesting circumstances. A shout out to Brandon Naughton and, of course, our man Stan Gilliand, working as both camera, producers, audio techs, lighting, and 90% of the time my psychiatrist. What's on board for Lisa Copeland out of Naperville, Illinois, the 2026. Put that one about pin high just left. Ryan Donaldson out of McAlpin, Florida. She'll be up next. That one will find its way just to the right-hand side into a greenside bunker. A little bit of a blind shot for us, but I believe it's just over there on the right-hand side. And Elizabeth Guthrie of Charlotte, North Carolina. The 2028 has this. Good swing here. Players trending to that right-hand side. We'll see how this ends up. Nicely done. If it stays on top of that hill, it's moving a little, but it will. Beautiful shot, just a little south of the pin and left, but right in the center. And Elizabeth Guthrie with a nice shot there. So 2 safely aboard, 1 I believe in the trap to the right. And after this, just 4 groups left to go before we wrap up round number 1 of coverage here on Baby Grand Golf. Well, Steve, it's been a long one, but it hasn't fully felt like it. Some great golf shots here so far on this 18th hole.
No, it's this. Look, it's gotten warmer. It's gotten better. We've seen a lot of great play. We've seen plenty of birdies here. A lot of great shots. That one's going to be in the back left bunker. The second player all day to be back there.
Yeah. I haven't seen that too very often. Hey, what's up? How are you? All right, so this is an interesting one for Elizabeth Guthrie.
Yeah, from Charlotte, North Carolina.
A lot of green to work with.
Yeah, plenty of green, a little downwind as well. Always challenging that when you have a long bunker shot and it's on the back side of the green of the way you're playing. It's very easy to leave this one short because you're afraid of hitting it a little thin and going a little bit too far.
That's just got to get a little bit more legs, but from there?
Yeah, that's a pretty common leave, though. 10, 12 feet short, not chasing it too much down there.
Is that an overthink?
No, I just think it's the nature of where the hole is located and the length of the bunker shot. If you had a shorter bunker shot and the green was, let's say, half the size, I think it would be much, much easier. But because you have all this green to work with and it's a long bunker shot and the flag is all the way in the back portion of the green from where you're playing, all those three factors just kind of add up to a little chunk and run and leaving it a little short.
Ryan Donaldson from McAlpin, Florida. Taking a look at this one here. Got a long putt, but we've seen this before. We've seen a couple of these go in too, Steve.
Yeah, no question. This is the area that you can expect to make a putt from.
Ryan Donaldson's just left this short. As the great Grant Fuhr would say, so shy. She'll throw a mark on it. Elizabeth Guthrie still doing work in the bunker, getting that thing all raked up. I could give her a lesson or two on that. Lisa Copeland out of Naperville, Illinois. Lining up her attempt at birdie here, and that tee shot just landed and managed to stay on that hill. That's another one I might have been sprinting to mark.
Yeah, Lisa's tied for 18th right now.
Be a nice birdie to make then.
Yeah, this would be to shoot 75. Par 70 for these young women, just like the men. Stretch.
Give it to her.
Why is it always right in the heart when you leave it short?
You hate it. You hate it. But gosh, do I know that feeling. A little left here for Elizabeth Guthrie. She takes a look at it from both sides. So this is Guthrie out of the sand and her attempt at par.
Yeah, good opportunity here. Not a lot of breaks. Slightly uphill at the end.
Finds it. A sandy.
Mm-hmm. That is the
Nice
spot
way
to
to
putt from
finish,
right
yeah.
there.
Yeah, we've been talking about that all day, haven't we? And Ryan Donaldson to try to finish it off here. Also a putt for par. No problem. A tap in.
That'll be 76 there for Ryan.
At this point, put it wherever. Okay.
Thanks.
No, I see it. I thought it went to the work.
Just a few groups left here for the women. Allie Whirl, Anna Boone, and Reese Wallace. Next up.
And Reese Wallace playing very nicely. Tied for 7th right now, 3 over par.
Just 3 groups left after this group, including in the next group, Asterisk Tally, highly regarded. 2027.
Yeah, she's only the #1 ranked
Is that it?
junior girl in the country.
In the country.
Yep, 11th ranked woman amateur in the world.
In the world, you say?
Yep.
Is that good? I feel like that's good, Steve.
That's pretty good, yes. The world, yeah, the world. Maybe not the galaxy. I don't know. I don't have galaxy.
I don't have that ranking
rankings
just yet.
But world is as
I mean,
big
she's
as we got.
She's probably up there in the galaxy ranking, I would think.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
think so. Yeah.
Is there much golf? I don't think there's much golf on
Mars or
Mars.
something.
Yeah. We've got to be high in the rankings for college, junior, and amateur golf broadcasters. I mean, I feel like we're at least in the top 10.
There's only 10, right?
I think there is only 10.
Maybe not
it
even.
might not even be 10. I know there's 2. I can tell you there's 2. All right, so everybody going to take a quick look here as they get set up on the screen. So I'm kind of starting to ease down. Get you some information on that long drive contest later. That might have to be bonus coverage.
All right, tricky little one right here. This is a little chip from the upslope of the rough. You need kind of a big enough swing to get the club through that wiry grass.
Ooh, that came out hot.
Yep, it either comes out dead or it comes out hot. It's almost impossible to get it just quite right.
I haven't seen too many solid chips from that area. You've had a look at that lie a couple of times now.
Yeah, the ball just doesn't sit up. It's going right down to the bottom of the grass. So you're always kind of fighting through. You almost have to hit those like a bunker shot in a way. But they're more unpredictable than a bunker shot.
How many times have we seen this putt today, Steve?
Well, we should know it pretty well. It's left to right at the beginning, a little right to left at the end.
Let's see if she can solve the distance problem that has plagued this putt across both the men and the women. This one's pretty good.
Yeah, speed's good.
Better.
Yeah, just on that left side, kind of. That's nicely judged, though.
That's the first one to get it right speed-wise I think we've seen today from down there. just a tricky one here. This is going to be a little bit from left to right. You've seen this putt a few times, and most players are looking at this like it's going to break right of the hole. This one, 10. This one, and a nice one for par, and a good way to walk off here on the 18th. Lovely. That next group coming up, certainly one of the marquee ones, the number 1 ranked junior in the world, asterisk tally. Lucy Cook and Sophia Dyer. Oh, tough one to miss on 18. You'll want that one back. And just a few groups left to play here on the par 3 18th.
Oh my god, I'm not alone. You only got bird time quite a bit. That was really good. But I think you're like that. Alright, come on. Alright, come on. I think I know. No, that's good. That's good.
Lucy Cook, first up to play. 121 yards here, this par 3. My mistake, Sophia Dyer out of St. Petersburg, Florida, the 2026. I believe she's put that just on the hill. We haven't seen one there yet, Steve.
Yeah, that's on the downslope of the rough. That'll be a little bit of a challenging shot now. All right, this is asterisk tally on the way. Number 1 ranked girls junior in the country.
Nice shot there, just beyond pin high, center of the green. We've seen that putt quite a bit today. She should be in good shape there. And that will bring up Lucy Cook of West Point, Mississippi, the 2026, as we wind down our coverage here of round number 1 of the Elite Invitational from Ponte Vedra, Florida. Oh, what a beautiful swing. She's hit this well.
Very well balanced right there, I will say. Ooh, that was right at it, too.
So close to being good. It'll find that slope and down into the ravine. I'd love for you to go check out that downhill lie.
Oh, I'm going to.
Just called Greg. He's like, did you change it so in 3 days? He's like, dude, just cross that out.
All right, this trio is going to make their way over here, and Sophia Dyer, she will be attending the University of Florida next year.
All right, so you got to look at this lie.
Yeah, the lie, the ball's sitting up. You could hit a driver off this lie. It's so good, but if it's off the downslope a little bit, it's actually one of those lies. It's hard to spin it because it's not really compressed to the ground. You'd love to be able to put it on a tighter lie to be able to spin it. It's kind of one of those shots the landing spot is easy to attain, but once it hits the green, it's not going to check. It's going to run itself out a little bit. So she's just going to have to, get a high trajectory on it. It's a little bit challenging because it's on the downslope, but I think it's doable to get within 4 or 5 feet, though.
So, Steve, talk me through this. She's got that downslope. Where is that landing area? Do you want to check it into the hill?
No. She's going to carry this up on the top of it, but only 3 to 4 feet on top of the ridge. That's really all you can do. If she flies any more, I think she's going to run well past the hole. But the lie is perfect, though. She's going to be able to judge the distance very well, but it's as far as the spin, she's not going to be able to attain, I don't think.
Taking a good look at it here. We're really thinking about this one. Now, let me ask you, is there an overthink line?
No, I mean, it's a little tricky. It's a little on a downslope. So your right foot's a little taller than her left. So the ball's coming out a little bit lower. Yeah, that's pretty good right there.
How about that?
Yeah, the lie was it was so good. And, you got the talent of Sophia Dyer. You're going to be able to hit a shot like that.
Yeah, pretty impressive.
I mean, 1 under par through 17 holes right now. She's second place right now in this golf tournament, so fully in command of all of her touch and her faculties at the moment.
Well, Lucy Cook will be next to play. She hit the side of that hill, and that'll roll down into the ravine. So this is a tricky uphill putt. Not one we've actually seen it quite a few times today.
Pretty strong trio here, though. You're right. This is going to be up the hill. She's 4 over par right now. If she somehow makes this, she'll shoot 73. She's in the top 10, though.
It's got to go a little bit.
But that's going to suffer the fate of most of those putts down there. Kind of short and to the left. But should be able to navigate that one. Not a whole lot of break there from about 2.5 or 3 feet to finish.
Once these groups wrap up, I'm going to try these 3 most common putts we've seen. Down in the valley, the Jack Carter putt, and this top one that we see Tally about to have here.
Yeah, this is the make zone right here.
Tally puts a good stroke on it, and she barely missed it. Slides just over the pin for a tap-in par.
Total disbelief right there. That ball didn't turn in there.
She thought she had it. Nicely done, though, for Tally.
And she's only a high school junior. I mean, she has played on the Curtis Cup team. She's going to be attending Stanford University. She's done so many things at such a young age. It wouldn't surprise. Many thought she'd probably think about turning pro, and maybe she will at some point. Early in her collegiate career, you never know.
Right now, she's just thinking about that shot.
she's got all the talent in the world. Certainly the highest rated player in this field.
I think the other thing is I've gotten to talk to her here and there. The poise too, very poised, beyond her years in terms of age and maturity.
Yeah, I think that's what you find. That's what you find when you see players that excel at such a young age. They've got this intangible of they're just they might be 16 or 17 years old, but they act 10 more years older than that.
Agreed. And a nice little cleanup there. And that group will just about wrap things up. The hat's off, and congrats to those 3 for a pretty solid 18 holes.
Yeah, really strong trio there.
Second to last group for the women here at the Elite Invitational.
That is Raquel Walker with the approach there in the front left.
Raquel Walker and Ellen Kim. Roy Chaudhuri on the front left. Haven't seen that one yet. Normally, that would be one of the shorter shots that we've seen today.
Yeah, that was Raquel Walker. This is Emerson Chaudhuri from Leesburg, Virginia. Class of 2027. Wind trying to die down here in the late goings of the first round. This one leaking right, though. Oh, it's going to catch the fringe.
That's
a great break.
Oh, that's a great break. That finds a little bit of movement. It's a different story. 2 hole-in-ones today, I'm understanding.
Yeah, how about that?
Incredible. I don't know as though I would have had that on the bingo card with the weather the way it has been.
No, that was Sophia Dyer was one of those who just played through us here, and this is, I just found out, just spoke with her parents, this is her very last junior event. She's actually going to attend University of Florida on January the 10th. She's going to be going to Gainesville. She's going early.
Wow.
Yep.
Well, that's exciting. That's a great way to cap it off, especially here at this event.
Well, let's see if she can, maybe she's second place. She might be able to continue her run.
Wouldn't that be something?
And this,
all right. That one's just going to hit in the front and roll down into that valley. That will be an interesting putt.
Yeah, that
could be a little
Ein
Mickey.
Kim right there from Irvine, California.
A little Mickey Mouse. Irvine. Former. Take a look. Yeah. All right, well, a couple of interesting putts that we haven't really seen yet today.
Yeah, we've got Ein Kim over here. She's going to take relief. Her ball was residing in or on top of a drain.
We did see that shot earlier. I believe it was Jimenez, and some of the early groups ended up calling in for the rules official relief on that.
Yeah, well, his was different, though, because his ball was behind the drain. And so he was wondering, could he putt it? And, like, he would love to be able to move it away from the drain.
I see.
So that was that. But I think he elected to chip that one. This one, she was on top of it so that she gets complete relief, so she can move it off. And how she can, putting is probably the best play.
Now you're our rules analyst, too.
Yeah,
man, jack of all trades, Steve Scott is.
Raquel Walker here, a senior from Burke, Virginia.
Tricky putt, all about pace. Does she have it? Just kick that in. Wow, plenty of pace.
Yeah, that was one of the few who's run it by right there. And Raquel in the top 20 right now, 6 over par.
Interested to see this putt. And that is the choice. It will be a putt.
Yeah, it's been diving hard left. Players have missed this kind of short to the left. Yeah, working on the aim point right there, and this is going to be a pretty big breaker right here.
How tricky is aim point with this much undulation?
Hey, look, it's a system that a lot of people use, and it benefits a lot of people. It all depends on your personality, I think.
Okay.
You know, I think the more people who are, you know, like the scientist type brains,
Sure.
you know, as opposed to the artist. I think if you have an artist type mindset, you're not probably going to use aim point. You're gonna see the putt differently. But some people love the mathematics of it.
Right.
So, and you have to play golf to your personality. I've always seen that. I've always believed in that. And it's a system that's worked for many people. So you can't knock it.
So Steve is an accomplished instructor amongst many other things in golf. What does it say about my personality if I close my eyes when I putt?
You're desperate.
I'm struggling.
I actually
struggling.
I'll tell you something. I actually won my very first pro tournament putting with my eyes closed.
No, you didn't.
I swear I did. I made a 6-footer on the last hole with my eyes dead shut. And
intentionally too. I would say.
Yeah, my putting was awful. I mean, I've got some demons between my head and my hands. And
when did you close your eyes and when did you open them?
I don't even remember. I guess I closed them right before I put the putter back, and I don't know. I mean, it's don't do it if you don't have to.
Okay, right.
Just I don't even want to talk about it. It gives me the heebie-jeebies just talking about it. But it worked. I won $10,000 for my first pro win, and I was off and running.
All right.
And here I am now. That's how good of a pro golfer I was.
I love it. You get to hang out with me now. Win-win, I think.
Kel Walker here, trying to clean up this 2-putt here from the front left portion of the green. Yeah, that's going to dive left on her. That's not a great 3-putt. Yeah, she's going to put a little change on that, maybe. No, she's going to finish.
Yeah, just lining it up real quickly. Don't overthink these. And there we go.
What is that?
Yeah, this whole location overall is proved to be very interesting today.
Yeah, what do you? I'm just trying to think what this hole played at. It play even par, over par, or on
right now. I'm going to tell you right now. So right now it's barely over par. It's actually the 4th easiest hole of the golf course. So on the hole, it's a pretty simple golf hole, but we've only seen 3 birdies on the girls' side. So it's just it's pretty much a par type hole.
The intensity factor certainly could ramp up when it comes down to this on day 3.
Yeah, you can have a back hole location on day 3. Mason Carmel alluded to.
Friendly pin position tomorrow. I imagine nice putt there. That this hole will play under par tomorrow.
It was actually the 4th easiest hole on the boys' side too. So I mean, it's just a short club.
All right, and one more group to go before we wrap up day 1 of coverage. Final group of round number 1 here at the Elite Invitational. Ladies coming into the final here. So glad to have you a little long down here in Ponte Vedra on what was a very nice weather day. A little bit of wind, cooler temperatures here in the north of Florida in Jacksonville, but glad to have you along here on Baby Grand for coverage of the 6th annual Elite Invitational at the Ponte Vedra Inn and Club. Nick Gismondi, Steve Scott, glad to have you along. Stan and Brandon doing the heavy lifting. Only been one of my broadcast partners for 10 plus years, but couldn't seem to get his name right. What's that going to cost me tonight, Stan?
Too much.
Trouble for Gismondi on the 18th. Beautiful shot there. Sticks that one close for a beautiful birdie attempt.
Right over top the flagstick there.
Mia Carls, Carly Mueller, and Elisa Davidova of Roanoke, Virginia, here in this final group to play. Third and final ball away. Believe that is the right side. That's typically been the miss.
Yeah, it's an easy one to leave out to the right.
Go on a search party there, Mr. Scott.
Oh, check this out.
All right, Steve. Well, Alyssa Davidova asking you if she was safe over there. You had a chance to go take a look.
The ball is actually sitting up pretty nicely. I've seen plenty worse lies than the one she has, and the only thing that's going to really challenge her is the green runs away. It's just it's a short-sighted miss, but the wind is coming into her. That's going to help, but she's going to have to play kind of a high, soft one, and it'd be pretty good to get within 5 feet, I think.
All right, so Davidova will go take a look at her lie in the rough. Mia Carls in the blue pants and the white visor. Just going to step away and work on her line. She hit a beautiful shot. And then just beyond the pin is Carly Mueller.
And Davidova, who's over that green right there, she's in 7th place right now, 2 over par. Playing pretty nice the other day. Would love to get this one up and in and finish off this pretty good round of golf and be in the top 10.
That would be impressive, wouldn't it?
Carly Mueller, 5 over par, tied for 13th.
She's on the backside in the white hat and gray jacket.
And Mia Carls, tied for 22nd right now. That's 7 over par. All right, let's see how good touch Elisa has here. Ball a little above the feet, which will actually help get some elevation on this ball. I mean, this is doable. It's not easy, but it's doable.
Sit. All right, not bad.
Yeah, all in all, I mean, that's pretty good. That's not a bad spot to putt from right there. Highly makeable.
Davidova with that left for a par. Seen that one before with Mia Karls, that's for sure. Getting word that the long drive contest will be tomorrow after the round.
Oh.
Baby Grand will have coverage of that for you, so make sure you stick with us. Our coverage continues tomorrow as well. Steve Scott joining us once again from the Ponte Vedra Inn and Club as Baby Grand's coverage of the 6th Elite Invitational continues. Mia Karls for birdie.
I gotta climb this hill. Let's see if one player today can hold this putt.
That has got to go. And that is exactly that has been almost dead on the miss all day
Yeah,
long.
look, she's taking a look at it again. She's like, how did that putt not break from left to right?
Very interesting.
There's just enough pitch on that green up there.
Yeah.
You have to get a putter out here in a couple golf
I
balls,
was just
think.
going to say,
we gotta
you got to try that putt.
Can we pull it an airstrike for some golf balls on a putter?
We got to try that. If any of you young junior golfers are still watching, I need a putter and 3 balls out to 18 green stat. Carlier Mayuller ready to go. This is her birdie attempt.
Yeah, the Canadian. Let's see if the Canadian can finish with a nice cold 2 here.
No.
No, just enough left to right bend on that one for the yellow ball. It just says not fall.
Could it perhaps have been due to the yellow ball, Steve? Is that science in there?
No, I don't think there's any different weight distribution on the yellow ball versus the white one.
Mia Karls will wait to finish off hers. Davidova looking for her par after a chip out of that rough.
Well, if she saw it coming by, she'll know this one's going to be just inside the right edge of the hole right here.
And she did have a good look at it. Let's see how good the memory is. Davidova for par.
Oh, that just does not fall left.
Didn't. So a tap in bogey, disappointing on that 18th for her.
Yeah, it's not a fun way to finish right there when
No.
you make bogey on 18.
Mia Karls next to play. This for her par after the infamous uphill putt comes up left and short.
Carl's from Clinton, South Carolina. Not too far up I-95.
No. You're a Carolina man. Got it.
Yeah, stayed really steady on that one. Good solid finish.
And Mueller to conclude her round.
Not a whole lot left here. Okay.
That'll wrap it up. All right, Nick Gismondi and Steve Scott for you one last time here on a full day of coverage from number 18. And when I say a full day, we caught every single group that came through this par 3 18th here at the Elite Invitational.
Yeah, we saw them from start to finish and covered everybody. I think that's the beauty of what we're doing on Baby Grand Golf right here is we're covering the whole field. And we're able to see and showcase so many players that have not been showcased before. I think that's just the beauty and the fun for us.
Yeah, I mean, it's fantastic. We saw some great golf. We saw some consistency, and we saw the challenges that this golf course here at the Ponte Vedra Inn and Club is going to present over the next couple of days. Let's go back to the men's side real quick. It is a tightly packed field, and truthfully, after day number 1, it is up to anybody. Braden Forte out of Colorado, he's your current leader at 2 under, but then the field is jam-packed. Several players at +1, several players at 2 over, 3 over, 4 over, 5 over, and 6 over, and after that, it really drops off.
Yeah, the average score right around 76 right now, and so the players really just, you're just trying to survive day 1, I think. On a day like this where it was 42 degrees this morning and plus the wind chill and all that, it was really difficult for these players to get off to a good start with this wind and everything. I anticipate, though, as the temps go up and the winds drop, the scores will also drop.
On the women's side, it's Dohivi, who is also at 2 under, and then a very packed field the rest of the way for the 33 women that are in this field. Very competitive on that side as well.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, we've got only 1 player on the boys' side under par and 2 on the girls' side under par, and that's it. And this golf course is not overly long, but it played very challenging. But we're going to see some really good play as we continue to go. We had a couple holes in one today.
Yeah, 2 of them.
Is it holes in one or hole in ones?
Holes in ones? Hole in ones?
Something like that.
Something. Pluralize whatever you want, but there were 2 of them today, Steve. I think the most interesting thing about today is the fact that tournament director and founder Mason Carmel decided to make the flip on the 9s. So the 9th hole is the 18th hole, and he did it factoring in things like wind and pressure. And listen, it worked. It made an impact today. Players talked about coming down this stretch starting from 15 to 18, which is essentially 5 through 9, being tricky.
Yeah, you had 3 of the 4 most difficult holes on the golf course in that stretch to finish for the players who did finish over here. The only respite was right here on the 18th, which played 4th easiest on the day. So a very kind of a mixed bag is coming in, but definitely a challenge, kind of tacking into the wind. And I don't think the wind's going to lay down. I think they're going to have a great challenge throughout the week.
Yeah, weather's supposed to be good. A little bit of wind, lower in the 60s temperatures, but nothing like it was on the practice round. Should have clear skies, no rain in the forecast. Listen, we have got a ton more coverage for you here at the 2025 6th Annual Elite Invitational. Steve and I will be back with you tomorrow. We'll have extended hole coverage. We'll also have several features and interviews from players and staff members here from Ponte Vedra, Florida, so don't go anywhere. Make sure you're monitoring all of our social medias, including Instagram, and we'll have all that for you. Steve, great job today, partner.
Yeah, super fun. Baby Grand Golf, we're bringing it to you. I love it, and we're bringing it to you more the next 2 days and a lot more to come.
Don't go anywhere. We have got continuing coverage. We'll have a little bit more of a wrap-up for you later, and we do appreciate you watching us here on Baby Grand. For Steve Scott, I'm Nick Gismondi, and massive props to my crew, Stan and Brandon, for doing an incredible job today, and, of course, to our CEO and founder, Chuck Wilson, for believing and helping to grow this wonderful game. So long from Ponte Vedra, Florida.
Cooking soul.